Hello, Happy Shaft. Hello, everyone. It is indeed patch day, so we are going to be playing as Flanders when we get to playing. We will also play Control F9. Ooh, look at that. Cinematic. Ooh, big whoosh. Okay, but before we do this, we're going to be reading through the patch notes. I'm not expecting to see anything that we have not seen over the course of the beta. However, we are going to have people who are new, not from the beta, and also do want to make a bit of a notes list for the metagame update, which we always do whenever there's a patch on Vic3 or EU5, although more of a Vic3 tradition, going to be an EU5 tradition, where we try and give an update what the metagame is going to look like. We have a good idea, because the patch, this type of thing, but something might have been sneakily changed. And this is actually why I held off on doing a video on governors, because I think that governors should be changed a little bit. But we will see what has been changed or what hasn't been changed. So, we have the patch. How many in chat are old? Too old for this-ish? There we go. That's shout out to you guys. Okay, so we are going to be reading through this, taking notes on things I think are important, this type of thing. 1.1 patch seems implausible, improbable, but not implausible. Happy Wednesday. Actually, this is so zoomed in. This is 150%. We were already zoomed in. Wow, shout out to being old. Okay, so we have the beta process, links to the beta stuff, etc. We're going to skip over this, and then we have the highlights. And then we have a lot of patch notes. Yeah. But maybe we listen to some beats while we go through this. Someone turned me onto a playlist. It was kind of relatively chill. So we'll do this as we're going through it. Anyone know my auto expand mod isn't showing up, showing the new auto expand RGO? So there's two versions of that mod. There's the main one and the fork. You need to be on the fork. A spectacular person. Happy Wednesday, except Thursday. Big true. Alright, game rule for AI aggression. The natural, on the regular settings, the AI is a little bit less aggressive. You should make it even more aggressive. We are no longer in aggro winter, basically. At a return core location, peace treaty allowing it occupied by the player. When we tried this, it was bugged. I don't know if they unbugged it. Added transfer subject to peace treaty. Added new coin law to determine what metal you use for your coins. This is nice if you only have silver or only have gold, or don't have either but have copper. Game has 7 different game speeds. Nice. Added complacency mechanic. Complacency, makes it so you have to pay for Diplo, I think. We haven't popped a complacency issue. When it pops, it's a little bit nasty. It gives like minus 50% research speed. I think that's the main modifier. That modifier is not as bad later on in the game, which is kind of funny that complacency gets not as bad later. And it does give a little bit of prosperity, so it might even be optimal later to be in a complacency disaster, but this makes it so you have to pay for your Diplo slider, for the most part, or have a massive coalition, or rival someone who's way bigger than you, something like this. Was about to watch the RGO video, but I guess the stream is fine too. Did try to release that RGO video like a couple hours early, before the stream. Lack of quality checking stuff, releasing stuff before is killing me. I can only imagine how much going show, of a gong show it is inside Paradox Tinto. Well, I think that most of the team has not worked on a live service game before, and then the ones that haven't done it in a while. So I think that there's a little bit of growing pains, but I think that that's also how it works. RGO video was goated. Thank you, thank you. I think I was second guessing some of my positions on things. Like someone in the comments said clay should be higher. Maybe it should have. Also, I was thinking the relationship between books and jewelry. Jewelry is really good. Just the problem with jewelry is you can't push it that hard. Added new disaster for Brandenburg. Added Grenadier unit for the Age of Revolutions. Added some German content. And okay. German content, German/HRE content. Hey Elia, how's it going? The Diplo slider is so expensive. Yeah, I mean, before it, like, you could make more of an argument for not going subject expand because you didn't have to pay for your Diplo slider, but, like, you, like, have to pay for your Diplo slider now, so... Screenshotting RGO video, then blaming you when I lose a war. Denmark to France. Hell yeah, brother. Interface. Added automation for auto-balancing army. Rally points. A bunch of stuff with army orientation. Location building pattern. Allow you to view all constructed buildings in location. Card pop type buildings and shift clicking on location with the buildings on the map in the buildings macro. I don't even think we did this. I think we tried this out. Alright, so if we shift click a location. I think I'm not understanding what exactly they're saying it's doing. Okay. I despise complacency. I think it's fine as an idea. The execution, it honestly feels like I have not engaged with the system at all, other than, like, paying for Diplo, and you pay for Diplo anyways. And so I don't... Added a music player. I don't remember saying that. Don't tell Connor, but I stopped watching his video for this. Womp womp. I will tell Connor. Connor might even be in here. Connor drops by fairly frequently. Doesn't usually stay for very long, though. Location, loading screen. We'll skip through the cosmetic stuff. It's tweaks and bugs fixing. New peasant and franchise system. Shifts income between peasants and nobles depending on law and control. This is kind of a big one. Bigger one is free subjects versus serfdom. But now... taxing the nobles is a lot better, just in general. For those of you who haven't been played on the patch, the nobles get like a portion of the money that the peasants would have gotten. Taxing the peasants isn't as good as it was before. You still kind of want to tax everyone, but now stuff like max tax and satisfaction for nobles is more important. Food and stockpile has been changed. The UI, does anyone, like, know in the UI the best way to, like, look up the decay? Because I've tried to look it up. I know that it's happening, or I'm pretty sure that it's happening, because we'll be, like, positive food and then we'll be monstrously negative if we, like, super turbo expand the granaries. But I can't find where it is in the UI. When I'm the #1 GP, there's no one I can have a threatening rival, so I just have to keep the Diplo slider even if I don't need it. Yep. Live service? Nah, this is a leadership issue. Look at the rivers when you get in game. There's still a huge mess in Europe, so inconsistent. I don't know why they had to update them by hand, but if they have to update them by hand, then that's going to be like a massive thing. Are the mods working? I don't see why they're not. Why not Holland? Don't they get unique Netherlands content? Flanders gets some of the very best tech in the game. We'll get into it when we get there. I also wanted to play a little bit as a subject because sometimes I get asked questions about it and I don't have the answers because we haven't tried it as much. You need Diplo for faster integration anyway, so complacency makes no difference. Yeah, complacency is kind of like an odd factor because you're paying for the Diplo anyways for other reasons. I forget about the complacency most of the time, and by the time it's an issue, I hit the event horizon, it's already getting bored. Yeah, or you, like, just spark a coalition and then it's fine. I don't know... The fact that Coalition bricks it too is like a little bit weird. Tried Austria open beta, jewelry was better than I expected. That was exporting good was better, yeah. Well, the thing is they made gold and silver exporting a lot worse. The thing is, you still can't force a ton of jewelry in the same way you can force books, though. Like, there's more aggregate book demand than there is jewelry demand, which is why, like, kind of those two goods I was second guessing myself on the tier list. Transport costs rebalanced. We'll write this down. Estates keep wealth. Estates keep wealth is huge. And from lack of control. This makes economies way larger. When I say economies, I don't mean your income as the player. I mean what gets produced within a market is just way bigger. And if you don't know how to manage this, I think some players have trouble with this, but they also increased the max tax on every estate by 5%. So there is just way more money for the player, I think. But it does make low control a lot worse. Because they keep money due to low control, and you also have rebalanced economic base. The two songs are overlapping. That must be the mix, because the EU5 song is not playing loud enough. Not like this. You can produce jewelry at Flanders Market, by the way. Powerful estates use satisfaction faster. New cabinet action to appease estates. That's one's kind of okay, but it's not that big a deal. Combined arms is a big deal, though. Combat dice increased from 0 to 5 to 0 to 9, making modifiers more important. Combined arms introduced... I actually don't know as much how this math works exactly, so I should probably look into that. Combined arms is now available, so you want armies that are like exactly 50% of the unit that you think is best, and then have at least 10% of every other unit type. Actually that might not be possible, because it counts heavy cav and light cav, heavy infantry, light infantry. This makes, on top of mercenaries already better, this makes mercs really good. If you stack all the merc bonuses, you get like 95% reduction in cost relative to like before, and that's just so much when combined with the fact that they're like 1/6. Cavalry damage reduction lowered and artillery survivability improved. I think, I'm not 100% sure, I think infantry's probably just best now. Because they also affect flank damage. But I'm not sure. Because there was a bug inside the beta for a majority of the time we were trying to take a close look at it. Assimilation speed doubled. Depends on language, culture, opinion, market language. Control multiplies assimilation speed. Annexation tied to diplo maintenance. There's some just general culture changes and assimilation changes that are pretty neat. But it's very subtle, so... Transfer subject rocks. Content 360's issues solved, including new rivers added. The Naval spree system, so this is a reason to play. I think this was very recent. I saw someone on stream playing Brandenburg, where Berlin had a bunch of more rivers. More countries added in Mongolia and Xinjiang. South America reorganized. I didn't even realize that had happened, but I guess I hadn't been looking. New historical events, interface. Economic base map mode added. We currently use that map mode. River map mode added. I am not a fan of the language on this because we had a river map mode before and then it was taken from us. This implies that none of that ever happened. So, How does going from 0 to 5 combat make modifiers more important? Is this not having the opposite effect? That's what I would have thought. I'm not 100% sure. That's why I commented. I think that might have been a flub of the fingers. Where you, like, I do this a lot in my videos where I say one thing, but I meant the opposite. And it's like, it's very confusing. AI prefers existing CB over claim. Better evaluates military strength. Yeah, AI is basically just a little bit better. Added some stuff for modding. Multiplayer issues solved, etc. Okay. So. Blessed be the river map mode. It died for our sins. Netherlands only has 2 rivers, which is a joke. Our country was able to develop so many urban centers because the canals and rivers in our lands. Yeah, but that's... It's represented via polder, is the idea. That you're getting a wetland plus a polder. UK needs more rivers. Here's the problem, is everyone's gonna say that their place needs more rivers. And then you have rivers covering the entire map. And then they don't mean anything anymore. Though, like, the way that they did it, I think, was based on, like, water volume moved. I don't know. Alright. This is, like, a repeat of some of the other stuff. Actually, this is just a hard repeat, like... This looks like just copy-pasted of what we just read through. I wish there was one for literally just the patch that we had. Okay, but I guess we're gonna skip over that. Now we're in gameplay. Did they fix the subject meta? What do you mean by fix? It's still meta. Is building max granary everywhere for more pop growth a good idea? It's good if you have low pops. They're not worth the building slots if you're like playing in India or China or something like this. Slaves now really promote. And they move. We noticed this really, really hard with our Sweden game, where our slave rating was basically not slave rating, it was just pop rating, which is much better than slave rating. And you could control where they went, so slave rating as a mechanic is so much stronger than it already was, and it was already like one of the strongest mechanics in the game. Cab efficiency can't reduce anything below 0. Any ruler in the family is crown state, but loses if they have no role. No for elections. If they leave their role. Oh. Does this mean they keep it if they're already in a role? They keep crown? I don't think that's what that means. Fraction of population and percentage unintegrated lands can now impact rebel progress. Yeah. Lack of control has bigger impacts on rebel progress. Unintegrated land, worse rebels. Not too big a deal, because you just release them as subjects. But, maybe worth noting. It's not as OP as it used to be. The subject expansion. We need larger rivers and small rivers like Civ 7. We need to do it more like Civ 7. Actually, to be fair, Civ 7 got it right with turning all their discount modifiers into efficiency modifiers. There's not a discount modifier in Civ 7. I hate to give them credit for things, but... Okay. Cossacks, Demi changed. Stop cabinet members from overseas with their mummies. Is this the plural of mummy? Is the spelling the same for like toilet paper mummy and the giver of life mummy? Comment below. Fix the bug, local power for modifiers for estates not added. The bailiffs got changed. So governors are a big deal. Bailiffs. Bailiffs giving flat control. I don't know how I feel about it, but it makes it so you get like 100 control in a lot of these like good RGOs are better than they were before. It's like a huge buff for gold and silver because they're providing you like 25% more tax base than they were before. Or even like 33%. Premium RGO, just huge buff. In general. We're not reading that now, it's just writing it down. But okay, money affects states' wealth and power. It doesn't affect it in a huge way, but maybe we just haven't let them accumulate just like infinite money yet. Assimilated area can now pick a culture instead of using the dominant one. This is a nice change. You just never get it because Ming is perma all 5 of the hegemonies. So this is like, I mean, it's honestly like that's the way it should be, but I don't think it's good gameplay. Favor the ruler got nerfed, it's still good. Especially, Favor the Ruler got a lot better when centralization became not meta, but okay. We already read through this. Yeah, they have a lot of like replication of stuff. Increase the impact of army levies on regulars on GP score, decrease the impact of forts, decrease great power score from, yeah. GP stuff rebalanced. Get some random Georgia, like, note in our, like, this is, like, just general notes and then just random content for one specific country note. Estates will build up profitable buildings in low control locations. We'll just put estate build behavior in our notes. I don't know, I paused stream and hear nothing at all. Is there really 2 things of music playing? We could mute the music. We could mute the music that's like quieter. Do we want to do that? I stopped Civ games after the 5th one. I mean, the soundtrack in the 4th one freaking slapped. Rebalance serfdom versus free subjects. We could talk about... so free subjects was just way better than serfdom, and I thought that it wasn't close. But that's when serfdom gave max tax. They took the max tax off of serfdom like early in the beta, and you still had the prosperity, so then it was really unambiguous. And now I think it's actually pretty close. I think you get a little bit more money on serfdom as long as you have RGOs that are high-value RGOs that you don't get production efficiency bonuses on, or you don't get output bonuses on anywhere else. So, like, gold and silver, the value of the output bonus on them is relatively low if you're serfdom, because you're going to get plus 200% from tech. But if you have stuff like silk and cotton, and like these types of things, and like gems and amber, that I think probably makes it happen. But like gold, silver, wood, iron all have output bonuses. Okay. Consulted estate request now only available to the player. Great change. The AI was apparently really struggled with it, and you don't need the AI to have the same parliament the player does. This is like a in-between note that doesn't make sense for the people. Yeah, man, the patch notes are a little bit rough, because this is a note that only makes sense within the context of following the beta over time, and this is a beta adjustment note, right? So if you are coming straight from the live version to this note doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense in the context of you saw the beta before, and there was a change in between on the beta. Baba Yedu is the goat, that's what I'm saying. Someone insulting Baba Yedu? Terrible. Okay, forest villages can now produce wild game, which you don't care about, so forest villages are still completely trash. Free subject versus this no longer impacts food consumption of peasants and laborers. Okay, it also doesn't give max tax or prosperity, which are kind of the more important factors, but reduced a few trade efficiency modifiers that were like 10% or 5% to 2.5%. Trade efficiency has kind of been sleeper, just like really strong since they changed the way that trade affects the economic base, which is that it doesn't. Foreign buildings no longer blocked. Stopped export of food with no stockpile. Introduced peasant enfranchisement. The gold cap is now 1 billion instead of 1 million, but the UI for the 1 million is whole numbers only, so that's kind of annoying. We will continue to use our mod that adds decimals as a consequence. Economic base is now 50% of the potential tax base instead of 75% of the actual, and what this means is if your average control is under 66, or your average economy per control is under 66. So if you have a really big economy in like 100 control areas, but your average control is like under 66, you'd still have your average economy above 66, perhaps. But this makes it so that you pay way more for sliders if you have a bunch of low control. So low control is way more punishing than before. Lost tax goes to the states. Rivers on proximity have been reduced from 10 to 12. Game now tracks if roads are been tracked to a capital or not. And so governors, along with the roads, are important. This is important because you have to connect back to the capital in order to get your dev bonus now. And plantations are also fixed. This is important because if you're an island, you're hosed. Playing as an island sucks super balls. We were going to do a Majapahit run. We're not going to do a Majapahit run now because if you play Majapahit now, this island, okay, you put your capital here, everything else only gets 5% development from the roads instead of 25%. And that's a really big deal because your jungle gives you a massive penalty. And I think Majapahit's the best example of just being uber hosed by this. Jungle gives a massive penalty, and tropical climate gives a penalty. The more penalties you have, the bigger deal that road 20% is. And when you have minus 65%, you're losing out on basically plus 2/3 relative to where you are before of juice from the road. And also the governors require a road connection. And so Majapahit just can't make as many governors because your 4 land-connected governors, you just can't do it. So Majapahit, your solution is probably just moving the capital to Southeast Asia and then putting a naval governor here and a naval governor like here or something. It's just like really bad for any country that's like could be described as an island. It's horrible for Great Britain too. Great Britain, you want to move your capital to Antwerp. Your capital goes here now, and then you put a naval governor like up in the north and maybe a naval governor in Ireland, and you call it a day. That's a type of change that I was thinking they might have today, but do polders still take 1,000 pops? It's so bad? Wow, it does. That's crazy. Did you hear news of the end of male pregnancy? I've heard nothing of the sort. Is this a political statement or is this a game statement? Is river deltas using river proximity from naval to land calculation a bug or a feature? Well, I'm not sure what this means. Okay. Slaves now work properly. Not like this. Rebalance impacts of surplus of work to be based on amount of work, not a percentage of population. This makes it harder to promote POPs. But surplus of a good in a market also gives you production efficiency bonus. There is now negative migration attraction from too many employed peasants in a location. This is pretty nice. This makes it so that it's fixing an issue that, for those of you who played on Release and Remember Release, where your capital would just get uber stacked with a whole bunch of peasants, it helps to fix this. You can now build subjects. This is nice QOL. Food price now depending on stockpile versus consumption. This is nice as well. Producing food is a lot better. We'll put a little bit of a note for that too. Food price is stockpile to consumption. Or we'll put stock and consume. Provinces with negative food and lack of stockpile now have priority when getting food from the market, so it's harder to have just one place starving, is my understanding of how that works. Double the population growth from stored food. Low population areas, you just spam the bejesus out of granaries and it's really good. And decayed for stored food, marketplace building now requires salt. Increased pop demands for salt, for coal, and this significantly. So effectively a buff for salt, furs, clay, coal. Clay is used in a couple spots, and so it's a little bit more subtle, but it's used in the production of salt, and it's also used in the farming villages, which give food storage, and food storage is better. So, wool has been nerfed. And not just like small nerfed, just like Omega Giga nerfed. Like minus 25% as good as it was, effectively. For the purposes of tax base and production, it's half as good. It's still just as good as for food. But yeah, it requires twice as much wool. Raw materials got transport costs increased. Stuff like clay, or I think stone, marble, this type of stuff. Prices change speed. Adapted manpower balance for new balance on units. Burger impact changes have been changed. This note's not even correct. This note was correct. Right? Maybe I'm going crazy. This will take a little while to double check, so I think we'll circle back to it. But they changed it so that they were asymmetric. Maybe this is how they unchanged it from being asymmetric. They're all 25% now. I know the burger trades are less valuable now than they used to be. I think they wanted to eliminate the play pattern where you would export lumber. And this was the design intent. You would export lumber to make it cheaper. I love playing Milan at the moment. Do you know exactly prerequisites to being a monarchy or no? I do not know for Milan. Horrible for Japan too? Yep, Japan, you move your capital right to the mainland. Polders suck. I get why wetlands are harsh. It's realistic too, but polders barely counter the wetlands. You get a ton of levels. But yeah, if you have to use like 8,000 pops to build all the levels. Salt is so hard right now. Alright. Trades count. Fruit and legumes are no longer cheap. Or fruit, I think, is extra expensive. People on my tier list were upset that I put fish ahead of fruit. I will die on that hill. Except I won't, but you know. Okay. Reduces noble tax by 5% instead of 10%. There's other factors pushing down noble's tax. Bankrupt now disbands units. And harder to re-bankruptcy repeatedly. Okay. Capital market language being court language. We haven't emphasized this enough, I think. But it gives 2.5% trade efficiency, which is actually pretty good. Makes Catholic worse, by the way. Because you're having your capital market language stacked with your court language versus having your court language stacked with your liturgical language type of choice. And Catholicism, you can't do all three, but other religions you can. Enfranchisement. Tax efficiency is nerfed, which I was a fan of. I think it broadly got cut in half. Bailiffs now give 20 control. I think they're a lot stronger. You can get a lot of 100 control like RGOs now. So many patch notes, so many things I've read before. I pity whoever put this together. Yeah, I wish there was a marginal patch note thing, and a lot of these are repetitive. If people don't want to go through, people almost always want to go through the patch notes. If people don't want to go through the patch notes, we don't have to. A lot of this is stuff that we've like already covered, is maybe a little bit of an issue. But overwhelmingly people want to go through the patch notes at the start of these like new patch things, but like, here. Maybe let's start a poll on the YouTube. But like, this is not like entirely new patch notes. A lot of this is patch notes we've already seen. Food decays faster in normal and severe winters. I've seen some people complain about this as a simulation, because food does not decay faster if it's cold out. But you also eat more of it when it's colder, because you need more calories to maintain body heat, to maintain a homeostasis. Alright. Max tax, scaled differently. Stud farms require far more laborers. Womp womp. Did they really change that? You can build them in more locations. Stud farms was one of the better buildings. I'll have to take another look at it. Okay. Estates chance to build beneficial buildings when rich is now satisfaction minus 50% chance instead of 33 plus satisfaction over 2. So it's just generally lower. Right? At 100 it's lower. And at 50 it's also lower. At 50 it's 0% chance to build good stuff. So I guess fiber crops are better? Yeah, fiber crops get buffed. When have they ever small nerfed something? I don't know. There are a couple like huge nerfs I agree with, like having tax efficiency, but yeah, a lot of it is just like doubling or halving, and it's just like sledgehammer type, like I don't know, like if you think you got it remotely close the first time around, then like you should like be a little bit more marginal with your nerfs. Plains Prussia currently can't get the achievement because reform gives plus 10 quality is locked, because your culture needs Prussian to be Prussian, not Brandenburg. Currently locked at 49. Quality. Try promoting your guy to the head of cabinet if you've not done it. There's also various parliaments that give cabinet efficiency, which should be able to push you the last percent. I appreciate you going through the patch notes. A lot of you guys kind of want us to skip the patch notes, though. But I can't read joke answers a little bit more prescient. I'd skip notes today because so much of it is repeated with the beta notes, which we already have videos already. Yeah, I'd say skip the notes. Patch notes are auto-generated. Ryagi spoke about it before. Let's not go through the patch notes. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it would be different if, let's get to society then in the thing, and I might, make notes later, just so we have, like, a nice kind of endpoint, but, like, yeah, a lot of this is just rereading the same stuff. Naval governor. And so, but I guess it's like the sweats who read the patch notes. Estates have upkeep for their own buildings. Bailiffs are a bit more costly. Estates no longer build most buildings that give control proximity. Manpowers or sailors. So this means you have to build your bridges yourself. Prox is now a speed. Proximity rework. Notably, harbors matter way more as a consequence for how this rework shook out. Exports and imports on markets now have the same impact on prices. For those of you who did not play the beta, this was a little bit of a... You could meme spin up economy size by importing and exporting. It would net increase effective demand. And this, you could just push everything to be really, really profitable, because you could just like take fine cloth and push the price up to like 150% by trading back and forth. Tribesmen fixed the bugs, sawmills and lumber just generally buffed. And then they prefer low control for RG expansion if satisfaction is below 50%. So having satisfaction, I wish we could set the equilibrium to like 55% on both the peasants and the nobles as a consequence of this, but they no longer build libraries, universities, or irrigations. The libraries and the universities a big offender in the great tool, lumber, and iron shortage, because they kind of downstream cost a lot of demand for some of these goods before you can really afford to deal with it. But okay. Influence max profit margin for fishing village and Arctic fishing village. Reduce the salt and tools maintenance cost. Countries now start with 95 government power instead of 75 as their default. How did I not notice this? Improve max tax from 30. The sleeper just omega huge buff. But yeah. It's not that I want it, it's just the list is so damn long. Give me the main points and then let's get Dutchy. I love patch notes. Yeah, it's like, it's so many notes we've seen before though. Is the thing. And to be fair, like, these last few sections aren't stuff we read. Like, we don't read bug fixes, translation, multiplayer, modding, these type of stuff, or interface, so it's, or even AI, really. AI gets better, but this is basically where the reading stops at the end of content, but, yeah, I will maybe have to read through this by myself. Flanders starts sounds fun if you can survive France. Shouldn't be too hard in 1.1. Yeah, I'm not sure how easy or hard it will be. The sledgehammer approach to buff and nerfs is hurting my enjoyment of going for patch to patch. Yeah, they don't know how to make the patch notes. Like this patch notes is okay if you haven't followed the beta at all. If you follow the beta at all, it's frustrating because this is all stuff you've read and there's no organization for like marginal changes. I think there are no marginal changes since the patch in like a few days ago, but I don't know. I think the marginal changes more rivers got fixed. And then some of these things only refer to changes that are marginal in nature. Only refer to changes between beta patches, which doesn't make any sense for the player coming from viewing no patches. How do you get your first naval governor? You need 2 government reforms, the Harbor Administration and the other one. Skip notes today, special case. YouTube is the favorite child. Womp womp. If I need an answer quickly, I will generally choose YouTube. Alright. We will go back to the main menu and then play. A new game is Flanders. Well, let's show our mods real quick. Faster Universalis does affect combat. We'll maybe turn that on as we get deeper. But we are playing with the Location Specialist QOL Auto-Expand Forked version, which I think that playing without is just super bad. If we get over 1 million gold, we'll turn on our gold display tweak, but this is not on the workshop, so it was just posted to my Discord, not by me. And then maybe no winter attrition. It's too... I tear my hair out microing this, and it's just too much to micro the ships. You don't get enough... Your guys do not... On the patrol function, they do not patrol very effectively at all, and if you have to micromanage, like, 15 fleets, you just, like, go freaking crazy. I don't care if we have to pay ducats into the void, like, paying more for ships. It's like, it's not a ducats issue, it's like a micro issue, and I'm just not interested in kind of doing that, so... Bad news about auto-expand, seems like non-production buildings are broken. The auto-expand fork is, forked? We just played with it. So this patch specifically got borked? River map mode mod no longer required. Win for players, an absolute victory. Hey, and it uses our hotkey. We didn't need to reset the hotkey. Faster Universalis affecting war doesn't really seem to matter too much anyways with how bad the AI is at warfare. This is fair. We could maybe poll people if they want us to play with Faster Universalis. I think that the first 100 years, like, the game speed doesn't seem that much a problem, and that's the years where the wars matter most. So, you know? Curated mixed music, cursed mixed music. Yeah, okay, we'll turn off the... We can... Yeah, let's maybe do a poll. I actually, the variation on, the variation on volume is super annoying when making videos. This is not like a complaint about the game, because I don't think that they should make the music mixer the way that it works around making videos, but if you're not clicking anything, it gets really quiet, and if you start clicking, it gets really loud. And so when you go from thinking about something to recording, and when you're recording, you're making a bunch of clicks, the volume just going from like 0 to 100 is fucking insane. Game loses performance the longer the game runs. Recording of idle are actually doing. Yeah, there's a memory leak somewhere. Womp womp. Okay, we're gonna be playing Flanders, and let's maybe show the stuff. So, we are going to be forming Netherlands. We get access to some of the Netherlands content immediately, some when we form Netherlands. But this is hard stop one of the best advances in the game. Like, real good. That's real good. For those of you who don't know what good is, that's what it looks like, yeah. Can we name or find a leader named Ned? We're not going to balance our run around getting a guy named Ned. I'm sorry. Food production kind of okay. But okay, it's mainly just this. That's what it is. That's what it be. We also get, on top of that, the Netherlandish and German culture text, which production efficiency in the first stage is very nice. Have you tried to be silly? Yeah, not that silly. So, we get 38% production for regular cloth just at the start of the game. A little bit of extra pop promotion speed. Monthly dev is more important to modifier now that you don't get it. You get much less of it effectively from prosperity, because you can't get prosperity as high because the peasants don't give it as anymore. Polders, yeah, maybe it shouldn't cost 1,000. I think I'm kind of with you that 1,000 laborers is a lot. Silver and lead output, kind of okay. River toll building. $100 burgers in a rural location. Kind of into that. Not into the maintenance costing tar, but kind of into this building. I don't know if it's better. I'm not sure if it's better than the Market Village, but it might be. Market Village is really trash PMs, so it eats up your economic opportunities. That's kind of hard to say. Okay, but we got some tech. More of it's going to be for when we form the Netherlands. But the cloth output makes Flanders maybe the best country for doing it in like a theoretical sense. Practically speaking, we're going to have issues because we are a subject at the game start. But we also will get max literacy. We will get this. Trade efficiency. Not a lot of trade efficiency. Wow. Kind of low on the trade efficiency for like the sweet prince. Cloth is already one of the best eco loops. Yeah, but it's 38% effective. I wish polders didn't just counter marches. They should make marches really strong. Yeah, we need to talk to Adam Smith about that one. You can build more polders. You can build multiples. Eventually, they make it so that the marshes are good. Or the wetlands, but yeah. I don't build market villages anymore since it destroys some of your economic production. Hero. Yeah, we also do start off with some of the best dev in the game. Not just Europe. 34. Got some 30s, this type of stuff. We have very nice 6 location province for the capital and 6 location over here. Which you should view it as a perspective of how much dev you can get from your dev province. And because it's got such a high density of farmlands, we're probably going to try and dev that all game. Maybe not at the very start if we want to get some of this done. But okay, we have that going on. I'm not sure if we're supposed to try and cozy up to France or England. I don't know the best way to play this. It's like the relaxed speed thing is what... Polders should cost money to maintain by event, not paid if you get hit by nasty events. There seem to be some feels about the polders, just in general. Also, salt getting a buff kind of makes this better. We do have the Bruges market. The Bruges market, unfortunately, lacks lumber really, really hard, if I recall correct. Let's kind of take a quick look at this. But I do think that we just ignore the fact that lumber is expensive. How much of this is imports? Yeah, look, all of this is imports, so the price of it is just going to be enormous. There's not really a solution for this other than getting rid of the clone market. Okay, masonry. Which, this is going to push us away from RGOs and towards the masonry stuff. We're going to also highlight this, and then, sand. I highlight this as well. And then glass. Okay. Okay. We could try and kick some people out of the market. I don't think that's really the solution we want. Copy and paste the 3 or so note list into an AI and ask it only to give you new ones. Is that what they did? I mean, just delete the stuff. Patch notes done. The patch notes were a lot of rereads. And chat wasn't feeling it. And I kind of wasn't feeling it either. 38% cloth bonus starts with the empty reforms, so the highest dev in Europe. Only thing that struggles is the Bruges market being mid, but lumber mills are strong now, so yeah. Lumber mills are strong after the first tech. They're not insane here now. Okay, but we have Bruges. It's on dyes. This is a candidate for deurbanization, but I think that in general, even if you have a semi-premium, when you have farmlands, you kind of just go with it to some extent. So, we're going to have this. Let's take a look at our predicted. Wow, that predicted is insane. Are we trending towards a different cloth price? Let's actually maybe RP a little bit. Okay. Our demand, our price is 7.92. Its target is 1.9. Yeah, so that target price is considerably lower than the actual price. Whereas this, it's reversed. So, I think that we will probably look to add this, but the masonry is expensive right now. Alright, this province has stone. So, let's add some masonry. And let's also see if right now, we of course get a production efficiency bonus using stone as an input. We're going to lock that in, even though it's less profitable, because we don't really care about the profit. We care that it is getting more production efficiency. You can see more production efficiency, more better. We just care about the amount of masonry that is produced per us expanding a mason. So let's just do that. Masonry we don't have a surplus of. We're gonna need money for doing this type of stuff. I think in general we prefer... Okay, output bonuses will be good early on, and they'll be good on a lot of the stuff we have. I think we're going to go serfdom early. This helps for going serfdom, so we're going to go court language on that. We are playing... Surely we have to go Republic, right? I don't think we get events for going Republic either. We also have a cap economy. We're trending towards traditional economy. With our enormous bonuses we have towards some of that stuff, we're going to want to push in the other direction. And Naval is also a vibe, so we have a lot of buttons we want to click here. Did anyone see the Reddit post of Rome with 100k tax base in 1630? Is that supposed to be... That doesn't seem that insane. I guess 1630 is early, but like Rome is a lot of territory. Just by itself. It's pretty fast Rome though. Stratus food expansion and a cloth. Do we really have low pops? We have some high amount of pops, so granaries are going to be a little bit less valuable in general for us. Still may be worth, though. Poor Zealand, they're like, what did we do to you? Alright, we have... this guy we will use, because he is a burgher. I'm not sure we're eligible yet for the burgher cabinet thing. But we will start changing societal values. But before we do that, we're going to try and figure this stuff out. So, what do we have here? Just kind of trying to get the lay of the land. We do have some progress towards aristocracy that we don't like in a couple of spots. But it is also giving us serfdom progress, which is something we kind of do value. We start out with the prosperity and the roads slot in, so that's going to be nice. But right now, we want to probably get this... It might have to wait till our first parliament to be able to address this. Wow, we want like 3 things that are really going in the wrong direction. This is going in the wrong direction, land is going in the wrong direction, plutocracy is going in the wrong direction, and this is not something we can push that easily. What we can push easily right now is our decentralization, but that kind of pushes naturally pretty easily. We can push up our spiritualist, but I guess we push communalism right now, actually. And then we'll dev province West Flanders here. If we do that, we can't give out too many noble privileges or non-noble privileges. How powerful are the nobles? The nobles aren't super powerful. We do start off with a relatively powerful bourgeoisie. Okay. So I think we'll open with the stuff that gives us progress towards communalism, if we can here. So that's this. This. Checking our satisfaction. We could probably give out one more thing and have it feel alright. Kinda keen on getting the monthly dev cooking. Nobles lose down to 32. Actually, if we push decentralization first, this will change our estate, how quickly these guys get happy. And then, do we have a really good decentralization pushing thing? Commoners and administration, probably. This will make the nobles upset some more, but will allow us to push to 64 relatively quickly. Alright, so I think that's what we want there. Every city in the interior got demolished. I mean, how the cities were placed. Alright, let's take a look at these guys' cities. let's show the class. All right. This makes some sense. All right, let's see. So, just all not on the coast. Hyper-urbanized coast and completely desolate central. 100k tax base in Age of Revolution. Want to see how Hara can push the economy with new governors and bailiffs in the current patch. Governors in Bordeaux, Chioggia, Constantinople, Dalmatia, and London, pushing proximity across the Mediterranean and northwest coast, particularly in high population regions. So he goes for, I want all of my production in areas where I have high control, which of course is how you're supposed to do it. This makes a lot of sense. there's maybe like some reasonable interior governors, but if you have 50 control interior, you don't really want them producing stuff. Now, I don't know about de-urbanizing all of it. I don't think that this is the solution. I think what you do is you urbanize and then you build marketplaces and then you just like don't do anything else. But okay. Control and hence proximity is more important than beta patch due to slider changes being based on wealth instead of tax. Previously, building up a city in low proximity didn't give you that much. Now it's actively detrimental to your economy. This is correct. Anything below 40% control. I like the addition of governors and incentives to try and build this. Seeing a lot of comments about early game economies, countries like France. The reason 18% control provinces, they start costing you more in slider expenses that can be taxed from them. Yes, this makes not paying for your sliders really, really valuable. Check the control map mode. I think you could do better. Sees at 1632. Just kidding. Yeah. No, I mean, this looks about right. I mean, I think you urbanize, but for other reasons. You just don't build any production inland, but this, like, really kind of shows the point a little bit more. Yeah. And basically, low proximity, don't want a thing there. Is he going to show the... Gross. Is he going to show the markets? Also, you can see tax base generally higher in these urban areas. Yeah, he is. Alright, where do you put the markets? Toulon? This is a market dead zone we don't really like that much, just in general. I don't know about Parma or Rezo. So in generally, you're going to want all your markets close to the coast, and this is kind of what he's doing. You can see Tancarville makes sense. I'm not sure I like this many markets. He is only putting them on the coast, though, which seems correct. The thing is like, actually, you know what? With his strategy of the way he's urbanizing, this gets more attractive a little bit. The thing is like, you want role players in your markets. Stuff that's producing food, let's say, stuff that's producing, what is it, input goods. And you notice that he just, like, he completely doesn't care about this internal, which I think is kind of correct. The Prague, Krakow, Pest, this isn't stuff he owns, but it's basically, we spam the shit out of him on the coast, and if it's not on the coast, you don't do it. I think that some of these, he's made some food hell zones, which I am not sure I like. Like, Messina is going to be a food hell zone. Greece is going to be a food hell zone. At least one of these is Oran, Beja, Tunis, and Tripoli. At least one of these is going to be god-awful for food. I'm not sure where. Interesting to have moved the market capital to Cairo. I guess that maybe you could still get enough in Alexandria for that to make sense. I don't like Antalya, though. Much preferred internally a little bit more. I was fascinated by the min-max. Yeah, I mean, the markets is kind of, to me, is the most interesting thing. You can follow the logic. I'm not sure I agree with all of it, but, you prefer Flanders cloth output or Holland's trade range buff for forming Netherlands? Definitely cloth output. How do you get enough people for cities? Probably... Actually, he was started as Provence. I don't think he would have gotten slave rating. I guess it depends what patch he's playing on. If he's playing on 1. No, he's not playing on... He is playing on 1.1 because he mentioned governors. I hate that building stuff is detrimental. It leads to great gameplay pattern of de-urbanization. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it's actively bad. I still think you want to urbanize some stuff, but you urbanize it to create pops. To create more pops. But just saying... you want to have marketplace access where you have high control, and maybe he just has high enough control in all these areas with the Rome's road buff type of thing. I think that so like the big thing is like he had like no extra markets in here, and this is like that's where the real trap / bait stuff begins. You really don't want to like add like markets where you have low control. And he did have high control. It was a little bit too much density for me, especially in areas that are going to run into food issues, I think. Because I think long term you suffer more from like pop. But, okay. Yeah. Small market meta. Yeah. You can trade for food with your market buildings that you need for market access anyways. Trading food is really inefficient, but you can do it. Smaller markets gives you more income per province on average at the cost of pop growth and everyone's starving to death. Well, it gives you more income per province where you built the market. But it negatively affects it can negatively affect the income per province in other areas. So he's solving one of the issues just by turbo deurbanizing everything. One of the issues is if you have an area of low control, you don't want that producing urban goods. And you want your areas of low control in terms of the urbanization to be feeding opportunities to places with high control. And he's solving the issue just by saying, I'm only having markets in areas of high control. I delete the markets everywhere else. And he has it on the coast. Creator of AutoExpand fork here. It should be working again. I had a small setting of the Steam that made it revert to an older version when they released 1.1. The newest version is 1.5.2. Or we might have to restart our game then. Actually, let's just save and restart our client. Well, we can play around it. We're in the early game. We can play around it, but... he flipped everyone culture into Provençal. He might have Provençal culture, but he might have flipped. Is Provençal culture even good? We're not seeing anything on Provençal culture. I'm guessing he started as Provence. What exactly would count as low control? 50? 50 would be low, definitely. But I think it's relative and context driven. I don't think there's like an absolute term where like this is now low. But yeah, 50 is no good. I think that we're going to be pushing plutocratic relatively early. The thing is, we can go the one that gives decentralization, but I think we go this. And I think we go both of those, too. We could have, by the way, restarted for better traits, but we're not going to do that now. We've already clicked too many buttons. We've done too many things. Alright, so we should be trending pretty hard to communalism, to decentralization, and I guess we're just going to catch Pluto and Aristo when we can. Oh, don't want to unpause yet. That should give us a little bit of naval trend. We'll pay max for cost court. Pay for a little bit of stab early, because I think we're going to be wanting to do some stuff with the stab. How cheap is this? This stab is relatively cheap for us because we have relatively high control at this portion of the game. So I think we'll do that. What's our control look like? Yeah. What else did we want to do here? Delete the forts. Yeah, if you're a fort and you're not in the capital, you're going away. We start with so many. What is this nonsense? It's not like England will attack. Crazy. What a ridiculous notion. Anything below 65, yeah, anything below 65 is maybe an okay heuristic. But even then, like, it's a relative thing. Like, the later you get in the game, the more locations you have, so this pulls down the average, but the better your proximity stuff, so this pulls down the average. Maybe it's a wash. But I think it'd be higher. Did he de-urbanize to stop the AI from building there? Maybe. In theory, pruning it yourself would work. I mean, I don't think it's correct to completely de-urbanize it, but I think that is shorthand way it does ensure like what you want. Yeah. What about paying upkeep only percentage as much as you have control? That would at least force you not to delete urbanization. Well, also you like. The urbanization drives up demand, and I think that he just didn't look at it from that perspective at all. Like, it drives up, like, you would be creating tons of potential nobles and clerics to consume more. Okay. If you push Pluto for a republic, then switch back to aristocracy. Yep, this is the way you do it now. Do we have a... We do have a kid coming up, yeah. So the kid will take that job when he comes of age. Okay. Currently negative on the masonry, so kind of just have to wait for the masonry to finish. We actually should have checked to see if we started off with cheap lumber prices. I don't think we did though. Excuse me. Strained textile industry? I don't think so. We talking about the interior Roman Empire run? Yeah, someone brought it up. Talking about the markets specifically, I have notes for a market video. What he did, I think, was pretty close to correct. I just wouldn't be quite as aggressive as him. But he just has all of his markets on the coast. You really want your markets on the coast. Interior markets are pretty bad. Because they don't get to trade as much, and he also has, like, all of his control on the coast. But he created some, like, food hell zone markets, which I don't think is correct, but I could be wrong. But specifically, when you're looking at an area and it has no irrigation, you're going to, like, in the short term, the markets will be better, but you're going to, like, stunt the long-term growth. Yeah. I think there was, like, a Parma market, which I'm not sure how I feel about. Like, there was too many Italian markets. Like, those just had to have been experiencing massive food issues, I thought. I personally think free subject and enfranchisement as a whole is slightly stronger than noble boosting, but not by much. Yeah, I think it's pretty marginal either way. We get diplomatic betrayal. Yeah, we'll take the free money, dog. Did Brittany flip immediately? We'll just let that increase. Wait, did we get territory? We didn't start off with this. What the hell is this? France just granted territory to us? Huh, very curious. How much dev are we gaining? 0.49. But yeah, we have 0 prosperity. Oh no, were we gifted territory where we don't have cores? No, we have cores. Oh, what are we doing? Put this guy in charge of the Navy for several reasons. First of all, this should kill our trend towards land, which we don't want anyways. We're not gonna mobilize shit, dude. Actually, let's save. Just in case this gets real weird, but I think we're just not gonna mobilize anything, and we're gonna say, hey, it's your problem. Masonry price is coming down, but not as much as we kind of wanted. Let's lock in here. It's not going to be as profitable, but... Two cities, nice. Fort in your new territory. Oh. I mean, we're currently at war. Maybe this makes a little bit of... No, it doesn't make sense. We're not paying for that ish. We could deactivate all of our granaries to bring the masonry in line. I think I like granaries so much more this. Like, they're like twice as strong as they were last patch. I think we'll just pay for the masonry and try and resolve it. We won't add any granaries. Actually, if we are unwilling to add granaries... I don't know, it's pretty marginal, maybe. I feel like I'm making a mistake here in regards to the spending. But I'm like... I don't know why. I emotionally want to be stubborn about it, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to close the granaries. I don't want to, like, forget that we closed the granaries is the thing. So now we have a massive plus. The price of masonry should collapse. Let's do that. Grab the diplomats and then the institution growth. We could also flip religion, maybe. It was cute how you pretended that fort might actually stay. You gotta flirt with the fort a little bit, you know what I mean? I don't. Do you have any thoughts on the HRE? I feel like dismantling it is way too much of a hassle. I don't have thoughts very much on the HRE. I don't really like playing around the HRE or in the HRE, personally. So I have, like, much less reference experience. I haven't played in the HRE on this patch. I feel like a lot of other content creators also just, like... only play in the HRE almost. Not that that's like a problem, but God, we're making so much money. These guys' satisfaction's not even come up that much. Currently we do have insurgents for them brewing. I think we'll just chill. Wow, we still haven't gotten masonry cheap yet. Interesting. Progress towards spiritualist is a little bit nice. Progress towards plutocracy, I don't think is enough to push us. These all give 21% support, so normally we just click the highest support thing, but I guess we'll click that. We'll put in clergy and administration before we click any buttons. Then I think we'll do this, because the other two guys, they're coming on up. And then we can change our plutocracy aristocracy thing. I think with this. What are we on? We're on traditional distribution though, and aristocratic court. Let's go burgher controlled. As a priority. And then we're gonna have to make another boat, because we can put our heir in charge of a boat. 2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats. Okay. Can't build it yet. Don't worry, you lose research progress, so I think that that is going to be probably our parliament. We're going to let this recover and maybe see if we can click through lessen levy obligations. Actually, Noble Navy doesn't get very much, yeah. You can also spike some events here. Okay. So we are as far progressed as possible, basically. Looks like you guys want to switch to the lo-fi beats as well on the audio. So let's do that. Are you going to join the HRE? Maybe. Cathedral's nice for max literacy? Kind of. Is EU5 good yet, Generalist? It always has been. Although there are, like, things that frustrate me. Did you play Benin or Songhai on this patch? No. Which one of those forms Sokoto? Sokoto's got some interesting things. Music too loud? This music? Okay. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to make it happen, but... Oh, if we click everything, we can do it. You know what? This is probably okay. Focus on the land is not bad right now. Cramping all lordship, no thanks. Was once a great privilege, now it's not. Just barely over 50. I think these guys are a little upset. These guys are a little upset too. But we could get another law change, so let's get off traditional distribution. Go favor the wealthy immediately. Favor the elites. Sorry, favor the ruler. Maybe makes more sense. Income-wise. But this is going to give us progression towards plutocracy. Which I kind of want to get on. Not sure if it's 100% correct, but grant banal lordship. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Bit outdated on the East Asia balance. Their lacquerware is free money printers. You can ship stuff to Alexandria. That might be true. I know that they readjusted it this patch. Porcelain just uber, kind of low, but lacquerware still suffers from the same issue of, like, demanding tons of wood. Like, even when demand's high, it's got a wood problem. It's just more profitable than carpentry. Carpentry PMs are also just kind of ass. But the lacquerware PMs aren't hyper excellent, if I recall correctly. It's like age 5 you get the upgraded lacquerware, but like lacquerware is like okay at the very beginning of the game, but then once you start getting workshops, it's like okay, I'm getting not a lot of tax base for my wood, and then it gets like kind of okay at age 5 and age 5 only. No wonder France is so OP with how they keep decapping England from literally no reason. They're not even playable at this patch. Yeah, I think England just like uber suffers from the governor changes and the roads changes. Unless you're playing in multiplayer and you're actually confined to the island, in which case it's kind of, you shrug your shoulders, you're like, alright, I guess. Alright, so we should be... After our laws get kicked in, we will have a trend towards plutocracy here. So let's start changing that over, actually. We do want to push spiritualist as well. Keeping an eye on their satisfaction, the nobles. I actually kind of like... I'm not going to be completely honest. I love the EU5 soundtrack. I've listened to it for like 2,100 hours. The change of pace is actually really nice. I'm glad you guys voted this. Protech, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Isn't theocracy with aristocracy better than Republic? I don't think so. I think Republic's just like the best in game right now. Governor changes, road changes, wool being nerfed. Oh yeah, wool got nerfed in the ground. Like England went from excellent resources to trashy. Like wool's like 25% worse. England has enough wool, that nerf doesn't matter. I mean, I think it matters. It's like, you're getting less tax base, you can build less textiles. I don't know. Wool lives matter, dude. Okay. We're gonna add some of these. Like a lot of them, while the prices collapsed. And then some of these as well. We can employ all that. We have cheap glass. We do have the price collapse on this. So, how much are we getting per trade cap? Like 3 ducats, holy shit, alright. then let's look at the location wealth. Ghent and this other place have higher wealth, so we'll give them a little bit more market access. Boost. So, big spend down. We're making 12 ducats, it's about to explode. You're gonna be shocked when you see it, except you won't be. Seems that the societal value cabinet bug has been resolved. It's not always active, so I'm not 100% sure it's resolved, but I hope that it is, because otherwise you just like get to... When the... I'm not sure exactly what activates the bug. I had a theory, and then I've forgotten it. It was really powerful. Using twice as much wool, they should still always have the bonus for plus 200% in market. I don't know, I feel like I disagree. Like, that it's like a non-issue. Like, look, can England still like do stuff economically with the wool? Absolutely. Is wool completely trashed? No, it's still one of the better food RGOs, but it went from being the best to now being like 4th. I think we'll take the prestige here. What do you think is going to be your next capital? Probably Antwerp. Oh, you mean where do we put the governor? You wanted another boat? I did want another boat. The problem is I need more sailors. I need more men. Send dudes. We need one more man. We're getting a fraction of a sailor, I think. Wait, why can't we build this? What? It says we need 30 sailors. We had 29 sailors. We did want another boat, though. We wanted another boat for our heir. Wow, nice. Independence when? I don't know. I don't think we're strong enough to fight France. I think we do have to fight France. Or we have to flip to England. 100 Years' War makes that difficult. If we flip to England, though, fighting England should be easier than fighting France. I guess maybe I should have more of a strategy for this. Right now I'm just trying to eco up. Our eco should come up pretty quick with these marketplaces, considering the other ones were earning 3 ducats. Or our other trade capacity was earning 3 ducats. Oh, we added like 10 trade capacity and our profit's going down. Womp womp. What are we even trading? Okay. Another thing I like about starting Flanders is you can dev West Flanders immediately. And I think that's like one of the better provinces. This province is also pretty good, but... Alright, we could use more noble satisfaction or more burger satisfaction if we want to tax more. Or not quite more burger satisfaction, almost. I think a big enough portion of our economy is going to be prod efficiency that this is probably okay. And we're going to want the cap economy push relatively early. Trying to keep the nobles above 30% satisfaction here as well. What's our prod efficiency right now on this? Disgusting. But we're doing it with fiber crops. Gross. So this would have been a wool, import wool from England situation last patch. I don't know if it's still that situation. It might be. We still have the price collapse. We still have the price collapse. I think we'll do a little bit of this. Where's the marketplace? Glass hasn't returned. We'll still add a couple in here. We'll float a little bit of money, but we're going to turn our granaries back on. I think we're also going to put this mason on auto expand. So I was going to look to slowly solve the masonry price here. Does England get any coal bonuses? No, they have a few coal piles though. They get tool bonuses also. Pretty big. Export wool, English wool was extremely profitable export for the first 300 years of the game. I prefer more Vic 3 style prestige good. Kind of inclined to agree with you. Need more seamen? Everyone pull it together? Basically. We're going to need our young man to come of age as well. Need to push cap eco. Need to push a lot of things. We actually have so much stab though. We're paying for a lot of stab. Normally I don't like making this change early, but I think we're going to change to most profitable kind of early. Which is going to start moving us towards cap economy. It's a 0.2 trend differential. Because we swapped off something that was giving us 0.1 to another thing, 0.1 in the other direction. Let's give out this too. Considering we are getting quite a bit from trade capacity. I think the more I think about it, the more I kind of like don't like... Not this privilege. Guild investments is a lot of power for, like, the power satisfaction ratio on it's not too good, and it only gives 0.05 progress to cap economy, and innovative is just really easy to push anyways. You can tell the game was made by technocrats because innovative is so easy to push. Alright, before we forget, we're gonna swap in plutocratic ethos here. For that additional plutocracy trend that does unlock with that age hit. So that is going to give us up to around 0.5. I think we're going to go admin focus just because everything else doesn't make sense anymore. Like, nothing else makes sense anymore after, like, some changes. I think mercs are just too good. Like, it's just so much a better way of handling things, so... And it was, like, already, like, it was somewhat close before, but now that mercs are good, like, the fact that the merc techs do anything... like, really kind of makes a big difference. We're gonna rush the proc speed, I think, in the tech tree as well. Actually, I always forget to get institution growth. There we go. That's my boy. That's my boy who forgets to get the thing every time, being like, you know what, I'm gonna forget. We're gonna get that into proc speed. Which is good early on. What's the ideal satisfaction of buildings to get them to build beneficial buildings? Well, more is better. But you really want over 50% for the nobles and the commoners, like, real bad, because they, like, light switch where they build RGOs. Is that a gallon of orange juice? No, it is... The drink mix I used was... It's in the trash right here. Sonic Cherry Limeade Zero Sugar Drink Mix. Could ruin my camera's thing. In a jug of what was Arnold Palmer half and half. But usually it takes me like a week, 2 weeks to like drink the Arnold Palmer because I don't really like how sweet it is, and so I water it down. I like a little bit of flavor without like a ton of sweetness. Like when I drink juice, I water it down. I did this since I was a bouncer. When I was a bouncer, we would get free drinks, and if you just drank the orange juice, the pineapple juice, or whatever the mixers were all night, it would just like be like, bro, this is so much sugar. This is too much. And so that's when I started mixing my juice with water a lot. Especially because we had the like, it was on like one of those like soda like things that like push out the like, I don't even know what they're called, but like at the back of the bar, you have the thing that distributes soft drinks, and it can do juice as well. You have to keep the lines clean for the juice, and the soda too, otherwise it gets gross, but to be fair, it got a little gross. But you could just like click water and the juice at the same time, and it would just push both out, so it was like, this not a hassle at all. I wish your stream was 1080 so bad. I have to make another note about this. Before I wasn't able to upload at that bitrate where I could have 1080 on Twitch, but now I might be able to. Soda dispenser? I guess, yeah, soda dispenser. Bar rail. 20s misspent. Sugar equals diabetes. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it was just like, didn't want it while working too. Alright, interesting. Venice gets pro armies. I think we're gonna pay for a library kind of early here. A little bit early. No, we don't have enough books. Okay. Oh, we're not even good at producing spinners here. And my brain had this wool over here. Okay. Let's add a couple of these. We're gonna, like, book transition so early. There's, like, inflection points. Like, the first one is, like, you collapse prices, and I think that that one accompanies, like, building stuff that's just uber profitable, even if the prices aren't collapsed. I think the second one's, like, the book come up. Because right now, how much are we making? We're still making so much on the Tailors Guild. Where's the price going on this? Target's 3.71. Yeah, so we're not going to be making a lot for very long. The marketplaces are nice though, because we are exporting it. Not a whole lot. Where's the Lund market? Am I blind? Oh, it's there. Okay. I'm so miffed they, like, massacred plutocracy, man. Feels bad. I knew generals get banned survives? Yeah. Is it worth making 30 plus dev locations town super early here? I was thinking about that. It's not terrible. We will... it depends what you mean by super early. You kind of make everything appropriately early. Please, I beg you, huge different image quality. I don't know if I can upload fast enough is the thing. When do you consider prices collapse? It seems a very Vicky term. Well, it depends. It depends. So the way that it works is, we currently probably have the price collapse from masonry. But, that price collapse, the more different goods are involved, the harder it is to achieve on a given thing. So we might not have it. We do have it for roads as well. But the more goods that are involved, the further down you need the price. So it's not one strict value. I wish we got the still got the 100 burgers. I mean, when we got the 100 burgers, I thought Pluto was better, and so if you were gonna nerf one, it makes more sense to nerf Pluto. But I also thought in multiplayer, Aristo was better, because Aristo also gives you like 10% discipline, and 10% discipline is a lot. Like, because it's not just the 5% here, it's that you also, and Aristo was also super easy to push. Like, it's a huge pain in the ass to push plutocracy. Which I thought was like kind of the balance, which plutocracy was a little bit better, but it was harder to push. But in multiplayer, also having a bunch of nobles, the possible nobles, also gives you a higher percentage of nobles in your population. That's your primary culture, which drives the secondary like discipline modifier. So like it's not like visual there, but nobles of primary accepted culture ratio, right? That's easier to have really high when you're Aristo. So like, how should I, if the wars aren't close, plutocracy was better, and if wars were close, like in the context of multiplayer, Aristo was actually just better. And then they're just like, yeah, we're gonna like kick plutocracy in the nuts. De-urbanize Bruges for more dies. I would be more into that if it wasn't a flatland farmland. I ran into this existential crisis playing as Mali. Niani, flatland farmland. I think you actually are not supposed to de-urbanize it even though it's gold. I think that's the only gold flatland farmland location in the entire game though. A big part of it is you can also pull a bunch of slaves to your capital, which increases the amount of gold that you can get. Iron is also an issue with the Bruges market. Yeah, we need to do something with the coal market to fix it. Can definitely make this market work. We're also going to move it to Antwerp, but... Pop gets so high you can get dyes even without it urban. Yeah, this is kind of the idea with flatland farmland. It's got so much pop capacity and facilitates enough pop growth. And for us, it's going to get enough dev too that like the modifier is going to get overcome to some extent. Venice. 2 institutions. What are we doing not educating our kid? Are we up a notch? Why is this war still going on, dog? Let's go. Talk to again. Okay, our subject type is we are a vassal, right? Yeah. Appanages can start wars. Don't have enough wool. See, this is already, the wool is already a vibe. Jesus Christ. And it's like, effectively, it's twice as much trade capacity to move. Yeah, the food issue, or the wood issues is just, like, rough for us. But it sucks that we can't expand the textiles as much as we'd want. Lumber's also, like, catastrophically bad. We have to get our local production up by, like, 9 or 10. We're gonna have to build a lot of these to make an impact. Adapt to local culture before you got the event. We already got the event. I wanted a Burgundy DLC. I think there will be one eventually. Wool also gives food. Yeah, it gives food. It's not terrible. It's just a lot worse. I don't know. It's effectively like... I mean, they halved its value as an economic output. It retained its value as a food output. Before they removed it, you'd get appanage, but you kept losing the reform every month because your capital wasn't in France. Ah. Does the market have enough tools? This is another issue. We don't have a lot of lumber. Looks like we're fine on the tools for now, but the iron, sorry, is a bit of an issue. The iron to make the lumber. We have a couple, we have Nammer. We might even be able to pull that into the market like in the long term. But. Maybe do this. I think we're gonna want to use them to help us. And then let's see what much are we getting per trade here? It's like 3/4 of a ducat. That's so much less than the 3 we were getting before. The 3 we were getting before has gone down because other people have built the stuff that we start the game exporting, I think. Do we want a library? Could go for a royal court too. Although we have plenty of crown power. And we probably will for some time. Courtesy of us not expanding. We expand Namur for now. More? They don't start out as our subject, do they? Oh, they do. I think we could even get proximity there, actually. My understanding is through the HRE we can do proximity. Probably should have pushed communalism over naval at the start. I just think that naval's or plutocracy is more on theme. Or sorry, rather than plutocracy. The Dyer, they keep the fall much appreciated. Did you embargo Brabant to help with the lumber issues? I didn't. That's cute though. They have decent dev, so they'll be giving a decent amount of consumption. This is interesting though. Very cute. Yeah, can never have too much crown power. I think there's very narrow situations where you can, but yeah, for the most part. I know you meant it more as like an expression of faith in humanity, but of goodwill and good faith. I think we're gonna go market regs. I'm sorry, this... Not that we really need a skilled member, but we wouldn't mind it. But more that, this gives us plutocracy trend. Closed border is kind of one of the better ones to give away, but it looks like we're just clicking one button and then being done with it. We'll wait for this to come up. In case we could just click a couple buttons. I'm not sure what... We want to get off of aristocratic court. I think that's the last law we have that's pushing us towards aristocracy. And then we want communalism. So we can revoke one or two of the aristocracy privileges. Oh my god, I had like a panic attack. I thought that this meant our thing was over. I was like, that was not the entirety of Parliament. Right. So close. Go to itinerant. Which will help us with the decentralization push as well. Once this passes, we'll also slot in some privileges. The privileges are a little bit more expensive. Our cost of court, do we have special interactions for them? I think if we were an appanage, we get special interactions. We don't even have a diplomat. It was very nice not paying for sliders. Except for this. Oh, we don't need to pay this much for stab. Let's not. We know that we want to revoke a privilege, so we do want to keep, and we want to swap onto different government types, so it's important that we float a good chunk, but we don't need to float that much. We could stop auto-expanding this. I think we have enough to... I think we have enough masonry. Lumber mill is the most profitable thing we could build. Alright, well... You had me at hello. Not sure we urbanize the salt. If we do, we don't want to expand this all the way because the levels of max level of lumber mill we can build will change. Is Republic good right now? It's so hot right now, Hansel. It's actually Hansel, he's so hot right now, but... Any 10 episode long extra history about 100 Years' War? Oh, maybe we could have made use of this. Lumber's expensive. Classic. I mean, making decent money, so we're just gonna do it for the money. But we're not specifically trying to collapse the price of lumber, because I don't think we can push enough of it. When's the best time to start enforcing culture on subjects? Game start or the future tax you should wait for it? I think it's game start, but just having like... Yeah, let's show what we mean. I think often culture groups you should just accept rather than culture convert, and that you should... generally the pipeline towards annexation is faster with acceptance, right? And so you should be looking at these guys specifically, where you're sharing traits and acceptance is cheaper. Be like, okay, we accept these, we get to integrate it faster. I think that if we want to get to 100 communalism, we might have to change this up. Grant strength and faith. Don't we have that? Alright. You have to keep an eye on their satisfaction a little bit. Clerics are going to also add consumption. Don't really like the market attraction. It is pretty efficient for satisfaction to power ratio. I think we do want the tax efficiency here, though. Is your kid of age yet, dude? No, he looks so fucking smug, though, doesn't he? Look at me, I'm a noble. I can't use my Twitch Prime to sub to your channel. Is that something you can't do for everyone? I don't know what's going on there. You probably are just subbed to someone else or something. Because I get Twitch Prime subs all the time. Acceptance slows down assimilation? Yeah, but like, I don't know. This is a resource, you should be using it. Accepted cultures. Doesn't want to reduce crown power? I don't want to... I'm waiting for this guy to come of age. And then I was going to put him in cabinet. But actually, now that I think about it with my brain, I wanted to put that guy on a boat. But I want to put him on a boat so that we can push naval, and then I want to put him in cabinet, so we want to have him for both. But yeah, that's keeping it open for crown power. Might be because of the charity? Hell yeah, brother. Donate to the charity instead. Use your Amazon.com subscription to donate to charity instead of... Wait a minute. They should let you do that. That'd be sweet, huh? I wish I could send $5 to charity a month instead of a sub. Do we have special actions here? No, we don't. I know we have to make ourselves disloyal. Huh? Wish the UI for examining your own being a subject. The dear, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Looks like you figured it out. Thank you, thank you. Is there a good way for us to check our loyalty? We can bring it down by 20 with a cab action. But we would only want to do that... Is anyone supporting our independence? Maybe we improve relations with Boho? Alright. Yeah, we're gonna look to preserve pops with hospitals here. Currently doing a playthrough as Brabant. They are stronger than Holland, not a vassal of France, and as soon as possible get a defensive alliance so they couldn't attack me. Isn't there a cabin action to make yourself disloyal? Yeah, but I think we want to hold on to it for a while. We could use the cab action. I kind of like deving stuff though. Should be in fine shape here. Let's run it up to Get a little bit more money to deal with the Black Plague, but also so we can roll the Parliament for that. Just looking to float 1% inflation. Nothing too crazy. Very least those three are going to be nice. I hear American wee-woos. You can hear the guys is refusing medical assistance from Europe. No, I can't afford my insurance. It's deductible with the ambulance ride. I was reading a story the other day, a guy talking about how he, like, literally, like, he was on a campus where they mandate that students have to, if there's, like, an injury, they have to take, like, an ambulance or this type of thing. And the guy, like, literally, like, jumped out, and fled from the cops so he didn't have to take an ambulance ride because he knew he wouldn't be able to afford it. Didn't they get a big buff this update? Who's they? Austria? Austria did get a massive buff. They get rolled up a lot, though. Or they very frequently struggle, but they themselves did get a buff. The way that the AI is aggressive, I think it just tends to be really unfavorable for them. Looks like Salzburg just took a chunk. Only rich guys flexing that they can afford it. Not like this. Waiting for France to attack Hanuit. This is the beta for what? I'm on patch 1.1.8. Is this the new patch? How is this new? This is the full release of the patch, 1.1. It is live. It's no longer in beta. I'm not sure if we want the full amount of hospitals. I think in general we tend to run out of pops on this country, so probably do. So how do governors building work? You can only build one through the entire game. You can build up to 4 land governors and 2 naval governors. Up to 2 naval governors, unless they nerfed. I was kind of thinking that the fact that you can build more if you push naval and only if you push naval is a little bit silly. Yeah, number of naval governors. So it looks like they kept it in for the live release. So these have to be built overseas. So harbor administration and their later government reform. Unmarried heir. Unmarried heir, you say? That means we can put him in charge of a boat. For that sweet, sweet crown power. Oh, but we don't get, like, extra crown power because they're both in charge of half the navy. Womp womp. But we do get more progress towards naval because now we have both ruler as an admiral and heir as an admiral. So setting it up to push naval here. We have 3 things we're trying to push. Right now, communalism, though. Because for the final bit of push towards plutocracy, we are going to have to revoke this. And probably this. And that's going to be expensive on the stab. So, yeah. And we'll give them back out eventually, but... Excuse me. Not for now. We'll hiccup action. I don't know what that was. That was like a squawk. don't know if we are trying to preserve the public hospitals here or not. Guess. When does the shipyard administration unlock? I think it's age 4? Might be age 5, I'm not 100% sure. Do I need to go back to the default game version? Oh, you might be onto something. You might be onto something that we're not onto. Hold up. Am I playing on the beta? I'm playing on the open beta. Jesus. Okay. I thought it automatically rolled over. Alright, chat. We're gonna save. Well, it's nice because we can update the workshop thing too. The forked auto expansion. So we'll right click properties, betas, default public version. Update. My bad. Time to start over. I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine. I don't want to start over. It'd be too disruptive. I had to resub to the workshop to get it to download. Yeah, that's what I did. I think patch notes going from the latest beta to the main branch is fine. Yeah, we were reading through the patch notes and we didn't notice anything super different. So I think we'll be okay. Why are you black screened? Field medic. Asleep at the keyboard. I'm sorry. You're not asleep at the keyboard, you're just like using the bathroom or something. We realized we were on the beta still instead of the live version. Did a lot change from 1.1.6 to this version? I don't think so. Okay. We could check the Naval governor thing though, because that's something I was thinking that like maybe it should like be changed, but I don't think they changed the balance on it. No, they did not. They did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Okay. What the how? Really? So we're gonna sponsor mass forgiveness pretty early here. This gives you more or less disease resistance, but it gives you a lot of spiritualist progress, so actually maybe we don't want it this run. Us maxing spiritualists like immediately is not necessarily the thing. Raylon, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. We do want to expel the sick. The thing is, it costs 10 stab, and it's that silly little thing where... yeah, okay. I'm just trying to think if sponsor mass forgiveness is maybe not the thing for us. It allows you to push spiritualists super easy, but it's not really a super hard thing to push. Is it worth killing all the pops? Probably not. We're gonna present scapegoats instead, I think. Which is gonna move us on to traditionalists, but I think that is kind of okay. Raylon, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Just went to Twitch for my Prime? Hell yeah, brother. Wait until it actually spreads, the plague? If you wait until it spreads to build the hospitals, you're gonna have an issue. But we're gonna wait to see it spread before going expel the sick, yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we build the pest houses, which won't be maximally useful because they don't have incense, but they will still protect the pops a little bit. Do something like this. Pretty sure they're more likely to die when they're in command. What's the penalties for court and hiding? Like, I think, didn't we just do this? Didn't we just try and prevent that? We can adapt to the foreign local culture here. We will. We'll do that for the extra mill. Community schools is pretty good. Let's go for it. We have a good amount of stab right now. Let's pay for a little bit more. I think we do want to float around 50 stab. So just trying to pull ourselves up in that direction. Bourgeoisie will pay for it. A lot of these places actually just can't get any more presents. We probably should have just chosen the option that gave more presents because they're already maxed out. percentage are we low Franconian? Yeah. A lot of our qualified pops are dead too. Not for the books though. Books notably do use dyes as an input. In some of the levels. This level, it does. Are you happy they fixed the bug that only females can get pregnant? Amazing. Are segregate isolate better than with the town cities? I mean, we already have stuff. We haven't used isolate the country in a while. There's like an isolate cities one too, right? It's often very hard to hit the requirements, so I don't even really think about it that much. It's also a ton of stab. You've got to hover the one spot perfectly. Burgers state greater than 75%. And this is only good on urban locations. This actually might have been worth us going for, to be honest. Now it's too late, but you're probably right. We have enough urbanization. Normally I only really think about it if I'm playing in Italy. Getting their satisfaction that high is not an issue either. Because we just give them handout privileges or whatever. Maybe we should rerun it. The real reason we're doing Expel the Sick, though, has to do with getting the push towards communalism. Where are all the commentators who said the game would be fixed on 1.1 and would finally return to it? 11k now? In terms of player count? Isolate cities, not country? Yeah, no, I knew what you meant. That probably would have been a little bit better, yeah. Little surprised to not see more players. But yeah, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen... Maybe this isn't up to date yet? I mean, it says Thursday. That is the smallest bump from a patch release I think I've ever seen. Super easy if you don't give out all the burger stuff before the plague. Yeah, it's just 40 stab is a lot. So you need a high percentage of your pops in urban locations, but it probably would have been worth it. We're all watching your stream instead of playing. I mean, there's 300 of you. And I'm definitely second monitor content for some of you who are just playing right now. Also, some of you are hate watching, right? So these players wouldn't be playing anyways. It's late, to be fair. It's middle of the day, work day, homie? Yeah, but there's like no spike. I know it's the middle of the workday. I'm working right now. Dead game confirmed? Yeah, I guess. No, I mean, I don't... There's like no spike. Like, a small spike, but like... It's crazy work. I mean, I don't think there was not like a big like listed change between the versions. Yeah, we can't isolate cities now, but I think you're right. We should have isolated cities. That would have saved us like 50,000 pops or something, which is a quarter of our country. Or sorry, an eighth of our country. Game is fun, people are actually haters. Game is definitely fun. Like, I don't know. I think that it's maybe like the event horizon for like several hundred hours is like the conversation is like maybe not as fun after several hundred hours. It's like, yeah, sure. I get it. You're my third favorite second monitor content around. Hey. Negged. Got him. Slay the Spire too. Yeah, I think this is fine. That's kind of less happy about that. Okay, we need to have a burger guy in charge, or in the cabinet. We might just want to give up 2 cabinet positions though. Support the state. Alright, we're gonna do this 2 reasons. 1, this guy's young. 2, the 50% crown powers is kind of a big deal. Plus 50% crown power. Let's also do this. Shame he doesn't have a kid. It's older. Okay, so with the month passing, and us at 36% crown power, it's probably the cheapest we're gonna get this revocation. For a while, at least. This is also giving us progression towards land. Alright, these guys are big pissed. They're gonna be big pissed again. Nuked. Returned to the dust. Okay. Now we will give out a couple things to them. Not anything that gives aristocracy trend, at least not right now. Actually, we wait a month. Oh shoot. I think we actually want to occupy this stuff ourselves. As much as we can. But we wanted to wait a month for the crown power, for the noble's power to go down even more, because the amount of satisfaction you get is like proportionate. So now we can give this out, and it will bring the nobles up 15% satisfaction. So there's one, bink. And they do have to be less powerful than the burghers, but that's not going to be a problem for us. And then nobility controlled serfdom, I think, is going to be our second bink. We don't hate right to inherit, just right now we do. And hey, they're at 31% satisfaction. Good job. While their power is low, we're going to also do the naval support and increase opinion here. We're already levied up. And we can change a law. Why don't we just get onto the non-martial one? This. For the max tax. Fantastic. Unfortunate. And then Austria is the war leader. Oh, Holland's in this too? What are we doing? Get off your knees, ref, you're blowing the game. Wait, why is that? No! Oh, what a world, what a world. We wanted access to it. Could have been a little bit faster, I guess. I think it's unlikely we get to separate peace out. In a way that's super favorable to us. If we're disloyal, we can. I'm playing to test the game, but honestly the game feels very meh, for lack of better words. A lot of friends are waiting for 2.0 or the major DLC before hopping back in. Game still feels like on 0.8 gameplay and polish-wise. 0.8. Yeah, I mean, I don't think 1.1 like fundamentally like changed the game in like an enormous way. I think this is part of Den Haag is part of the province. Oh wait, Leiden is part of the province. So we're gonna look to pseudo full occupy them. maybe we can get a little bit of stuff. If we make ourselves disloyal... We can't. We can separate peace if we can. They fixed Vassal's War Leader thing. I'm not playing if they didn't fix the most annoying thing about the game. I think they like half fixed it. I can't remember. I remember some people complaining about some things and then like some aspects of it are fixed. I'm hate watching because I hate clicking cities in China, not because I hate you. Interesting. He clicks so that I don't have to. It's like the... Was it the guy like taking the arrows to the back to defend the little kid? Game's as good as we anticipate. I mean, like... On release, I think everyone was, like, super chuffed on the game. And I think that, like, the game hasn't really changed that much. And that, like, the hate doesn't exactly, like, make total sense. But... EU5 suffers from EU4's legacy. I think that they're moving the game more in the direction of EU4, which I'm not really as much a fan of relative to their design vision in the Tintos. Too many expectations. There's currently nothing out that matches EU5 in terms of gameplay, so as far as I'm concerned, that's a good game. Yeah. They're just like, I think people become just uber fixated on stuff not being exactly how they want it. I don't know. If we use this guy to decrease our loyalty, we get minus 16. Okay. We can't abandon early, but in principle, we can grab some stuff. In principle, we already did our rug pull, but I guess we could finish pushing communalism. Well, we don't have the push from Expel the Sick anymore. God, I hate it so much, man. I hate that you have to re-click the stuff. I don't think we're going to do that just to get our push on. I think we're going to switch back to this plutocracy business. I think we'll probably try and peace out the second this Holland gets occupied. So actually... we need to make sure we get a diplomat. We want to give that out, so... maybe that is an argument for finishing the push here. There's a spike in the land before time? What? I think they said like 30% of players were playing the beta, which is a pretty huge number for any beta like this. Not surprised to see not a crazy bump, especially since there aren't any major changes from like a week ago. Also, player count numbers, EU5 and doesn't count have Abenar and Benar. Player count numbers are silly. No Anbanar, is that really that significant? Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on chat here. Complicated question, but is there a case for urbanizing cities on shitty market access? Yeah, mainly for the pop promotions. You don't want to actually build... Well, actually, so... Yes. It's a little bit complicated, but you should, like... Low market access isn't that bad. Having cities producing stuff in areas where you have low control is really bad. So the control is the more important thing. And so, generally speaking, though, you should have your markets in such a way that your low control areas are going to be having the high market access as well. And if you are doing that, and the low market control areas have low market access, if it's low control, low market access, then urbanizing it there is fine, but you don't actually want to build anything there. Yeah. Something like this. How do you set a rally point for your levies? I don't know, but they all do just group up on the capital. I don't know how we move it around. This probably. Select rally point, right click. France can take land away from you whenever he wants. Yes, but I don't... Does the AI do that really aggressively? Combat is not okay. Paradox, please fix. Welcome, welcome, Playmaker. What don't we like about it? The levies being too weak. Basic things like you don't have CB to reclaim your cores and stuff like that hinder the game. You can make a CB to reclaim your cores. This is incorrect. Like, or like you use a spy network, but you can make one. There's like a thing for it. Mission trees. Mission trees are moddable. I am shocked that there's not more mission tree mods. I like don't understand it at all, considering how much people like mission trees. I feel like there's like demand for it. We're gonna save here. Because we do want to get RP steel. So we're gonna do this. And just kind of the second Holland's out, we're going to peace out, but if France pieces out before then, we are going to save scum it, I think. Can you take over siege? No, I don't think so. I think it goes to whoever is the most qualified person. Which is kind of stupid, but... It's, does this guy have more combined stats than us? He does, but he is Namur, but I think he's going to turn it over to France. But actually... What are we doing? Go home. Get out of here. Cabinet action bugged again. So just like infinite push. Yeah, I'm not sure what triggers it exactly. Okay. Alright, we should be disloyal, so we should be able to separate peace. No, we're not disloyal. Oh, we need to wait till September? No. Not what we wanted. Kind of mission trees with the National Destinies mod. There's a bug that gives regulars plus 100% bonus damage against levies, and levies' combat efficiency gets applied twice, once to regulars, once to levies, so levies have no chance of competing at the moment. That's so crazy, because there's been so many, like, levy bugs and tweaks and this type of stuff. And I feel like they've been tweaking it for so long, it's like... If that's the case, it's not a new bug? Are we sure? Confirmed bug? There is a button to take over siege. I stand corrected. So September. Come on. I think there's virtually no chance. Holy shit. I am going to be so sad. It's... Oh, Jesus. I think we're supposed to click this button, honestly. The reason being is that the 1/3 of the time we roll a general trait that might prevent us from pushing naval. Actually, you know what? YOLO. We got a naval trait. We... On a scale of 1 to handsome, how handsome are we? And why is it 10? We need to finish the Pluto push before the naval push, right? Forget why. Alright, but actually we want to do slow disloyalty. Oh, we couldn't. Wait. Okay, cool. Can we not subjugate? We can't subjugate Holland. Alright. Can we take an entire province here? Not quite. Looks like this, maybe? Bro should have the YOLO-manry instead of the yeomanry. YOLO on the spreadsheet streamer. We did it for the feels goods. Yeah, I'm thinking of buying the game right now. I've never played an EU title before. Should I watch a tutorial? Which one? Or should I just dive in? I would recommend, if you're thinking of whether or not to buy the game, I would recommend watching a couple different streamers playing the game and try and think if you think that the play pattern's there or something you're interested in. As for a tutorial, I think my tutorial on, that's more beginner oriented as far as my stuff is, like, top 10 buildings you need to know, or top 10 countries to learn to play the game, I think I did. But I don't have, like, a basic beginner tutorial just overall for everything. But, like, I think you should also switch between, like, watching videos and playing. Like, the people who only play or only watch videos, I think it's not the right approach for getting better. I think this is it. We do want to be opportunistic about it because France is gonna... We're gonna lose chances, so... It's gonna give us a shitload of antag. But then we're subject to France, so we should be fine. And then we say we're sorry, and we didn't mean it, and we get back on changing societal values, and we're gonna push plutocracy. We're not going to give the other thing out as a subject. I'm gonna be really mad if these guys give away their territory as part of the, like, HRE to the HRE demanding it. I don't know exactly how that works, but we are going to integrate this ourselves because subjects, if subjects have a rebellion and they have one location, it just bricks them as a subject, so we're just going to integrate this by hand. It's gonna be fine. I think we do accept the culture. Oh, we're not gonna... We don't accept Picard. Son of a bitch. Alright, we're just gonna risky to get the biscuit then. Wait, why can't we make a subject? Okay. Even better. Do this. What's our naval trend look like? 23. Once our air comes of age, we'll be in good shape. We're getting plus 50. Ah, yes, I remember now. And once we get our naval up, we're going to want to slot this out, and this is giving us plutocracy push. So we want to push plutocracy first. Order of operations. It's called thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. Max to inflow and oh, you're right. I should have decreased the antag. Most of it's a huge ass modifier for HRE, and so it wouldn't have really reduced it by that much. But you're correct. Don't watch OPB. This guy's so ridiculously on the Paradox payroll. I don't know about that. He's super, like, doesn't he rip on EU5 a lot? Most genuine apology to France ever. Just finished your tier list video 1.1. Excellent as always. I have questions regarding dev. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just catching up a little bit. Can't you reduce antagonism by matches, Diplo spamming, and cabinet action for Diplo? Yeah, I should have done the cabinet action for Diplo. That was a leak. That was my bad. I don't think it's that big, though, a deal, because we can't start wars. But, yeah, you are correct. We accrued more antagonism than we had to, but can't start wars, so... I think that, unless we are imminently breaking free of them, which I don't think we are, I think it's kind of okay. Can't make subjects... Might have been the unlimited diplomacy thing, but I think us handing this off to Namur is even better than what happened, so... Kinda into it. I think we do want to improve relations with the subject we made, though. And I guess we could culture convert Namur. We are swimming in cash, though, so we should spend it. I think we will put this on auto-expand. We don't have the pop promotions, though, right now, so... That's not going to do anything. But... we are going to build some libraries. This is also nice because we're probably hitting the point where we want these anyways. I'm not sure we'll have enough books. We do have enough books. But this will just massively increase book demand, and we can actually get pop promotions for these. So we're going to go for that. I think here we were producing paper. We're going to put it on auto-expand. And so some things will come on up a little bit better. Do have clay in here. I'm not 100% sure whether or not we want to urbanize this. Let's go to the lumber mill and take a look at what's going on. Okay. I haven't really used this interface that much, but we do want to... Nope, everywhere has a big deficit of laborers. Yeah, so there's... I think we'll just set some of the stuff up, but it's not going to really do much, actually. No. Villages, market villages make sense if we know what we want to keep rural. The wool rural would make sense. Especially this place becomes like a food apocalypse. These places can't build irrigation. So I'm kind of into urbanizing all the wheat here. Just like the entirety of this, actually. So... don't really want to keep anything rural. I guess we could save up for urbanizing at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, simply not fire Tomahawk cruise missiles from beneath the waves. Big true. Been prioritizing fine cloth in cities I want to dev because it's all the burger buildings over tools. Since they become labor buildings later on. That was my logic. All the way burger buildings over tools. Since they become later buildings later on. I'm not sure what you're asking. The fact that they become labor buildings early on is actually, I think, kind of poor simulation. There should be like another pop type. Yes, diplomatic betrayal. The free gold, thank you. Thank you. OPB is super critical of the game, well-measured critiques, but the payroll is a wild take. Yeah. Some of OPB's takes, like, I think are just like... if OPB likes a game, I think it's probably Vic 3. Because he was, he said that, like, Vic 3 release was, like, more polished than EU5 release, and I'm like, I don't know about that. OPB, I feel like, I think he's smart, but he, like, I also often disagree with his takes, so. He definitely just grilled EU5 last week, yeah. There used to be a UFC fighter that fought with a toothpick. They never knew he had it in his mouth. That's wild. Every 10 or so hours, I still discover new things. Yeah. A lot of it's just like, you need like feedback and then like learning and then feedback and then learning. So like flipping back and forth is like the most efficient thing. We have laborers here. Price of lumber's come down a little bit. Thing is we're gonna get squeezed on iron. I think we'd prefer to try and pivot paper, but the paper ends up eating more and more lumber. So I think it's like trade, and then try and make paper in the scriptoriums, and then the trade capacity helps to handle some of the stuff. I think we're getting a decent amount of money per trade cap, so. What am I doing here? This is all feels so silly. We just don't have the promotions. Should have maybe built library before. Maybe we save money to fight France, even. Does that make sense? I'm not sure how this works. We're gonna try it, so I'm gonna save. OPB is hardcore Vicky 3 fanboy, so not surprising that he trashes EU5. I think OPB really cares about some of the RP elements of like the politics and the internal stuff in the estates, and Parliament is nowhere near as in-depth a system as Vic 3's estates in terms of simulating the economic conditions. So, I think that, yeah. Let's try this defection thing. Oh. Maybe we stop improving the relations. Does this get us closer to independence, though? I'm not sure this... I'm not sure this helps us get independence. I think this doesn't help us get independence. So much better than EU4 in that regard. Which one? Playing tall. Do you think your capital guides are relatively future-proof? No, because the first round of them, like, they made it, harbor capacity matters so much more than it did before. And before you were just like, harbor capacity, kind of important. And now it's like, bro, like, sit down when harbor capacity's talking, like. Vic 3 release was an absolute disaster. Vic 3, like, the UI was so bad. Trying to suss out whether this is good for us or not. I really am not very sure. So the thing is, England's probably easier to fight than France. But France has shit we want. Do you want to urbanize everything? I'd start building market villages. We do want to urbanize like everything, basically. But market villages might be okay. I would love to watch you play in Africa. We just played in Africa like twice. We've played in Africa more recently than we have like any other region. Don't look at on control tutorials before 1.1. Yeah, basically. I just want economy to be less binary. I don't like the demand being the gate by numbers like 2030 dev. Yeah, I mean it should scale. It just being like a light switch doesn't make any sense. I mean I think it's poor design. It should slowly increase. Even if that increase is like starts at like 15 dev and scales up to 25 or something like this. Vic 3 was basically unplayable at launch. Like, you couldn't see how much... You had to click on individual locations to see how much, infrastructure they had in this type of thing. It was so miserable to do it. Like, it took so many clicks to do anything. I just don't know how do we ever possibly deck on them? Just an enormous merc stack. Preferably H2 mercs. Gonna need way more money, but if we had way more money, we could do this. And then we could grab, like, all the Wallonian stuff and some of this Artois type stuff. Question is, do you rather fight France or England for independence? I'd rather fight England for independence, but I'd rather fight France more in the long term. To get this territory back for the looks nice. Can someone explain the income requirement for pop demands? It's on a per location basis. It seems kind of broken. Like, once it turns on, it never turns off. You talk about that Yemen guide? Well, we played in Yemen, where we kind of played in Africa, and then before that we played Kill. So, I think we will just continue on. I think we want to try and fight France and just pay, like, out the ass for... some of this stuff. Alfredo Paul, thank you for the follow. I just wish we could get a guy to support our independence, I guess. OPB is definitely not a shill. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't think that. Yeah, I agree. Or I definitely agree. I definitely don't think he's a shill. Mark only, probably, yeah. We're gonna need, like, probably at least 1,200 in the bank. And so we could kind of eco into that. Let's see if we can build at least a little bit more lumber, but then maybe we start pushing the RGOs once we get lumber to approaching base price. It's kind of approaching it now. It's under 2 for like the first time in forever. Some of these don't show available. No, Bruges didn't have available laborers. Yeah. Holst just being the closest. God. No, I mean, it's just not going to do anything right now, or for like an extended period of time. It's actually just wait. Start an independence movement. Okay. Let's get there then. You get like half of Europe to support your independence like the AI does sometimes. Yeah, maybe we can. I haven't done this that much before. Or this is my first time playing as a subject. So there is a little bit of a learning curve, but this sounds correct. I felt like there was a way to do this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Tempted to put this guy in. I think we have a brother who's almost of age, though. And would be a crown power character. Still tempted to do head of cabinet for the stats. I'm just gonna build the lumber mills because I think they're getting built eventually. We're also entering the food apocalypse, which is kind of annoying. We're just gonna actually assume that we're gonna need to keep these rural. It's the 8 food, even though we don't have a river going through. But these villages, we have pops here. So this will help to solve the issue, but the food apocalypse is starting. It's a much softer apocalypse, though, but food price is a little bit high. We're not getting as much pop growth as we'd like. And this is something... The villages are useful in an immediate sense, so we'll add those. We'll also check... Yeah, baby. Some of this stuff. Okay. Yeah, this feels much better. I just wish the focus tree on ages are better. I feel like you have only one option when choosing. I would rather just have more choices and variety there than necessarily having them be balanced. I wish we had more inflection points like that, where we got to add to the tech tree. As it stands, I think that it's too easy to research everything that's useful. Kind of would like the that afterwards, I think. What is the trade-off between fully focusing on cities and having to pay for food, or only semi-doing cities and not having to pay for food? Which one is more worth? Wait, what? I think you always pay for your food slider. Is that what you're asking? I think you always want to pay for food. I have found that managing a global empire in the age of absolutism to be very engaging and not at all going through the motions. I wish that the tick speed was faster than You're not going to use the independence mechanics? No, we're going to. I think I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Once you have high pop, the food price skyrockets. Too much urbanizing. Some places make you lose money. Not as much after they made it so urbanization doesn't hurt it anymore. I thought that that was a weird balance change. I don't think I was necessarily super happy with it. What's our control look like? Coming up a couple notches. Alright. Well, there is the end of our plutocracy push. Feels wrong? I think we actively dislike fortification licenses because it gives power without any satisfaction. I'm not sure we could bop the nobles again here. I don't think we have much to give them back that we want to give them at the kind of in the immediate future. I feel like we can't add sortition. Yeah, we just can't add anything else. Do we have anything pushing Aristo? Nobles of primary culture, yeah. No, this guy's not very competent. Alright. Push towards naval instead now. OPB also like Legends of the Dead, which is almost universally seen as the worst CK3 DLC. I know I've had conversations with Tarkus, and Tarkus often disagrees with OPB's takes on patches and this type of stuff. Like, very frequently. I think that, like, what OPB cares about in a game is, like, just a lot different than what I care about, so... yeah. You have to do it after a fight with England or it'll get bricked. Don't ask how I know how. That's good to know. Windmills are nice because you have no irrigation. Windmills are nice. I think that they employ laborers, right? So we can't really make use of them just yet. And like on the margin, we would prefer a farming village to a windmill a lot. Or like in most instances. Are you trying to form Netherlands? Eventually, yeah. The tag is kind of shit. Yeah, but people like it. I mean, there's really good stuff on Flanders. Long term, we get to do the Uber textile thing. My guess is they changed the urbanization food penalty in order to help the AI. I mean, when they talked about it, they said that they already felt that losing out on the max RGO level was, like, enough punishment. And, like, I don't know about that. Urbanization is still really good. It's like you don't urbanize... You urbanize, like, a lot now. I don't know. How about giving your guy head of cabinet? It'd give me a little bit of a bump, but then we have this guy as head of cabinet. I'd much rather do that with a guy who has better Diplo or a Crown Power character. We don't have either of those two things right now. We could pay legitimacy to try and invite someone. Usually the rolls aren't spectacular. Also, it's expensive. So now we have to bring the legitimacy back up. Flanders doesn't get the Dutch advances like Holland. They actually do need form Netherlands for the content, yeah. Oh, you meant that, like... Yeah, Holland gets, like, almost nothing from forming the Netherlands, and it doesn't make sense. But, if you're not... I guess we are the culture of Low Franconian, but... We could culture flip this guy if we're not going to annex him anytime soon, too. But we want to start our... Okay. We will have to invite people, I suppose. We're gonna want to annex this guy really kind of at a fast turnaround. Yeah, if it's between us and having exactly 5 naval, we're going to end up upping it. We have 2 boats, but we don't have enough to maintain the boats. Womp womp. Shouldn't you conquer the Artois parts before leaving France? We are not a appanage. We can't declare on Artois. We have limited diplomacy. Maybe there's an argument for like playing an appanage and then trying to do some stuff. OPB is a much more casual player despite his time on Paradox game, IMO. Yeah, I don't think OPB has as many hours. So like... Something about Vic 3 that frustrates me is not like the systems, but like the replayability, because like all the countries kind of feel the same. That's much less of an issue. Right? If you don't have as many runs. I don't know. I think OPB also cares about the RP like way more than I do. Rather than like... He cares about the systems to the extent that the systems facilitate RP, but I don't think he cares about them as much from a gameplay perspective. He also cares about UI way more than I do. But the UI on Vic 3 was awful on release. Food is coming back up. Part of that is us not being in winter. We looked at it when it was winter, so that's part of the issue. I refunded Vic 3 and never really bothered to go back, so now that I'm far behind on DLC, I don't feel like investing in the game. I'll just play a timeline extension mod for EU5 once it comes. The urbanization made all the AI cry during the Ice Age. Yeah, but that's like... The AI is weak. Is the... I mean, maybe... Yeah, okay. You're right. Maybe that's the approach. Like, the... You should change AI around systems rather than systems around AI, generally. Unless, like, the change isn't very invasive. Like, they changed AI's parliament to make AI not have as many options in parliament. Which I think is a good change, because the AI couldn't process it really that well. Oh, this will be nice. Don't we have... Oh, okay. I understand. Let's spend a little bit more on diplomats then. we're planning on moving our capital, maybe we should have just built a royal garden. Should have just built a royal garden. Does royal gardens stick around even if you build another one? If it does, do we just like this building? 50 nobles. And the PM demands furniture and some other stuff. Demand for marble is kind of good. Let's build this. Hey, RNG. No one played EU4 past the early 1400s either, unless they were doing a pseudo-world conquest. Is it possible if you flip England through the 100 Years' War mechanic would be much easier to... Independence War? Yeah, but I want to grab stuff in the Independence War. I also think if we spend like 1k on mercs... Mercs are real good. We'll maybe limit test a little bit and deck before we think that it's like a clear, surefire win. Something like this. Let's get this out of here. I think we're going to improve relations with Castile. Getting Castile also... Getting all these guys to fight France once is also going to be valuable for us, I think. Because it's just ruining their relations with France. Because I think long-term we want to push into France and we want to push into the HRE. The HRE is going to be like a lot of antag for us to take stuff, so... Yeah, we should have built a Royal Garden forever ago. Royal Garden's so good. Is there an argument to leaving this for the food production? I feel like farmlands you like almost always want to urbanize. Because the dev is more valuable. Saving up a little bit of a bank. I don't know if that's a mistake because they're gonna fight soon. Ishmael Vile Chair? Man. So, my phone, like in some sort of thing between my and my brother's phone number, we had like our phone numbers mixed up. And so, in my phone, I am listed as my brother's phone number, and he is listed as my phone number. Secondarily, one of the first things I did with, like, Siri or whatever, with the phone, like, with the access to the voice thing, like, Siri, do this. I told Siri to call me Ishmael. And so as a consequence, my phone number became Ishmael. And then, like, the phone numbers swapped, and now my brother's phone is Ishmael. So my brother's phone number in my phone is as Ishmael. His name's not Ishmael. And secondarily, we might talk about chairs on Sunday. Because chair is impossible to define. Can you become an appanage? I don't think so. I have more hours in EU5 than OPB, sadly. OPB, I think, has, like, a normal career and does this on the side. So... A friend of mine said Vic 3 looked like a mobile game on release because of the UI. They said the same thing about EU5. I don't know. I feel like there's always going to be people who hate the UI. aesthetic. When something's like, okay, this makes us click like 5 times as much, then that's like a different sort of problem, right? Yeah, there's so many ways to push spiritualist, it's much less of a priority. Like, this is just super easy. We are on the lookout for anything that gives, progress towards, I think we'll just let that naturally push as well. It's gonna push to 0.9. We won't need to do anything, but we're on the lookout for anything that gave us Pluto push, basically. I don't think we have any laws that we really want to change. Other than maybe that one. Oh, wait. Maritime law. Hold up. We want Navy audits. Let's go. I don't think we're going to be able to click up unless we want to not tax those guys. I don't think we want to not tax those guys. Why is our satisfaction equilibrium so fucking high? What is this? Oh, I forget is the subject is useful. Is the subject gives us plus 10%. Alright, we wanna wait before adding anything because it's more expensive to add stuff during Parliament. Alright. But then we'll forget. Yeah, this is I is the rub. That's the rub. It's better to tie building establishment requirements to population rather than rural town city type is better. Yeah, I mean, like, clicking up is maybe a weird abstraction for it, rather than it organically becoming a city. It gives you a lot of agency, though. It makes the game feel, like, less organic, though. And more, like, video gamey. Or board gamey, rather. Of course it's video gamey. It's decidedly video gamey. Kind of have enough money to maybe fight France. I think we could go back to spending nothing on dip maintenance. I think that's kind of fine that we're spending a little bit though. I think we just want this for the research speed. Honest to God, I've been considering not researching professional armies. Isn't Antwerp the better capital? I think so. But no professional armies because, like, why do we want professional armies at this point? We just merc all the time. We don't need the manpower. Like, it's professional armies literally for army maintenance tactics. Like, those are the big ones. And the ability to make cannons and gunsmiths. And maybe you go for these, but I think you could just do the next age thing. We could actually try that out. You can't build a royal garden in the new capital while you already have one? Okay. We'll have to rebuild it again, then, I guess. Like, we'd probably end up spending more on this for the diplomats. I think I'm a little bit too cavalier about giving this stuff out. Actually, we should have checked to see if we could click more buttons through, but yeah, I don't think we can do another thing. Milsteria is kind of caked up. You have to make yourself delusional to enjoy the game, and the exact moment you step out, you realize you wasted hours of your life bare bones fantasy land static modifier experience. So to some extent, like, all video games are like an escape from like your actual life, and for those watching, like, considering just like turning off the stream and getting up and taking a walk, like, might make you more happy. Is this something that's, like, unique to, like, EU5? I'm not so sure. RP Netherlands and EU4 was so much fun, becoming the #1 trade income for stacking bonuses. And trade felt appropriate. I know a lot of people disliked it. Call me Ishmael. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. Apologies. Let's try and catch up again. Seems like we have some people. And the guy who has issues might be the guy who going to stream to shit talk a game he hates. Yeah. I mean, like, if I hate the game, I'm probably not gonna watch people play it. But I have a feeling there's maybe some aggression in chat I need to catch up on. So you just seem like you're being, like, rude to everyone else in chat. Do you check the Dutch miners' unique texts? On, like, these guys? I mean, I know Holland gets a little bit, but Holland, like, gets all the stuff that you get, like, returned back. If you, like, you get all of it from forming the Netherlands, like, anyways, basically. But, like, the one that's, substantive. Trade range is interesting. Like, the best bonus is this Flemish cloth. So I think, like, long-term, Flanders makes a lot of sense. You can ask for naval access for Italian countries to get, like, 1 to 2% institution growth. Don't we have to pay for naval access, though? A lot of people are upset with France. I've only been doing professional horses in my horde run. I don't see a reason for getting professionals when you only need horses and maybe cannons. Pretty sure that building armories and building their inputs is actually economically positive. I'm not sure that's the correct, because you pay like 90% maintenance on the goods. I think that, like, this portion of the equation where the building maintenance versus paying for the, and how it stimulates the industries, this part might be worth it, but I think that when you factor in this part, it's not. But I haven't done the math on it. But I would like you guys to try and be nicer to each other in chat. We're gonna rake this back as well, now that we're over 1%. What if I'm already walking and listening to stream? You probably not a lot of people approaching the stream in that way. I think, oh, people so aggro in chat. Might just be bopping. Anything in the live that wasn't in the beta? On the latest beta, not to my knowledge. I think it's just all kind of pushed through, except for, I think some rivers changed. Someone was showing this last night, like, these rivers are connected. Like, this is real nice for Brandenburg. I feel like you wouldn't be able to play the game as soon as your stream gets real big because you answer every message. Yeah, I might not need, I might just, like, need to be a little bit more cavalier about it, or like this is something I've considered, is like at a certain point like I probably just need to like not respond to everything. I skimmed over a lot of it though. We are trying right now to invite a lot of people, but I honestly think we have enough to deck into it, and some of these subjects joining is also like gonna be positive for us. Because we can pick them up later if they break free. Saxony's big. Can we sort by levy size? No, we can. How close are they? Minus 62, they do not. They trust France. Okay. This is maybe not gonna be productive for us. It's 4 months worth of push. Do have some auto expands starting to go. Do we have the tech for the city urbanization cheaper yet? We don't. Apologize for the crash out. Yeah. Does Hanuit make it to age 3? I don't think so very often. Invite Big Saxony, Big Nice. Wow, it's also incredibly nice getting all that. The manpower we get from a subject is like doubly useful. Wow, they just keep spamming us with money. Movement's slightly stronger. Can you get more juice though? You feed your PU and the HRE with that AE and they can't form a coalition against the PU? Yeah, I need to try and play more PU stuff. It's just like monarchy otherwise is like so feels pretty bad. If you have a big legitimacy like push though, it can kind of be good. This guy comes of age, hell yeah, brother. What we are waiting for. Is it better to use attract migration cat action to shift pop's location or overbuild the location? I think it's probably better to dev the province. Dev pulls migration, or it's better long term. But like, if you really want it for like Pound Lock Canal, like it could kind of make some sense. What's the hint for us here? Alright. Well, that's big. How are they not bankrupting themselves? That has to be so bad for them. We have some auto expand set up. We don't have the burgers. Kind of waiting for urbanization and the fact that we're just gonna hire a shit ton of mercs for this war. Montferrat is kind of big. Alright, we have to be big enough. I'm gonna take a quick save, just in case things go really sideways. Pretty sure that we need a diplomat. My kingdom for legitimacy. We're gonna send him an insult first. I think that's making the stab more expensive. Oh, the donation's also killing our relations with France. His father does indeed smell of elderberries. Have you smelled his dad? I have. You should use the dip rep action before asking the AI to join the independence movement. It makes them more willing to join. Yeah, we can take a quick look. Slightly stronger. Wonder if any of these guys have H2 tech. Probably not. If they do, they're from Italy. I guess maybe in here? I don't think we can even hire anyone kind of in that direction. I think we hire them from Île-de-France, which weakens France. Because I think it makes it so that more mercs will have to get pulled. This also is maybe like way more mercs than necessary. Maybe we should have waited. For our full naval push. We can't, like, now that we have a huge army. Okay. We can still do useful things, though. I think we could push cap economy, so let's do that. And definitely want to pay for our army maintenance, and then I don't think we value this high enough to go for it. Let's add this. Let's decrease the speed. You can't move your capital to change the tech anymore. Womp womp. Padlock's better now with the proximity rework. The proximity is better early game, but worse late game. Basically, is like a good way to think about it. But it's like way worse. Like it's slightly better early game, but it's way worse late game because you can't stack like enough discount. So. Looks like this battle's good for us, or these battles. We do want to just straight up annex Hanuit. Yeah, I really like decking on France more because I have a chance to do stuff like this. I think that also our army beats France's like conscript only army right now. We're only gonna have it for 2 years and it's really expensive. But France is also gonna have to deal with issues elsewhere. Substantive ones. I think our 15k or 14k stack beats theirs. Oh, we didn't have to click through it? Oh, we can't stop it from... We can't stop it, even if we didn't want to embrace it, because it's not useful to us. We can't not embrace it. Alright, fair. Is this a +1? It's +0. So we don't mind standing here. I think we win this. Oh, maybe we don't. We're winning it. Okay. Yeah, we just get to bring more stats to bear. That's maybe not worth, though, because they are going to have a lot more stacks like that. Let's try and get them with their kilt down here. Low morale. Their stacks route pretty quick and we get a few ticks of, you know, 2 to 1. the war goal even? Oh, just taking more score for not being occupied. Why did 1.1 remove land value from EU5? You just like hard punting if you go land. You were like punting before, but now it's like not even. Yeah. I think he means negative naval value. Land value? What is this? What is this sorcery? Land value? This might be the most unbalanced value now, actually. For a long time it's been quantity is just so much better, but is it really like dead? Yes, like 100% dead. It was like dead before, because okay, coastal trade is so much better than landlocked trade, and you just like when you push land, you like brick trade range overseas. Especially with not being able... The thing about land you could do, and the reason land was somewhat good, was because you could get minus 100% proximity cost. That was like it. But now, like, even if you didn't want to push naval, you would only push, like, to the middle. 2 extra capital's kind of strong, yeah. Have a good one, Biggie. Yeah, you were kind of swinging on everyone, I feel like. But, also it seems now you're a little bit sad about that, so now I'm kind of sad about the things. Alright, yeah, that works for us. That battle, that is. Yeah, coastal provinces government reform is crazy on top of giving a governor. Like, even without it giving a governor, it's still really solid. But now it's extremely good. It just used to be kind of good. Well, what am I saying? It used to be worth slotting in. Joint ruling. I don't remember this giving +1 gov reform. Bro, is this good now? What? I don't remember this giving extra gov reform. No, it must have always, right? I'm just like going crazy. I'm just not thinking with my dipstick. Jimmy. But Harbor Admin, this proximity impacts report is really, really nice now. It means that at 120% harbor capacity, you will have a free exit and entrance instead of 150. Yeah, but it looks like the Goon Squad is arriving. They're doing their thing. And England's actually able to ferry over here. And we have half as many troops as France. Oh, they're so dead. Maybe we should try and do like this? And make sure we get occupations instead of like England or some shit. Yeah. It's like not close though, yeah. So like, I don't know. It feels like they like want the values to be perfectly balanced, but then they like are super shifty in terms of, or like there's super mega huge swings in terms of the balance. So it's not like fine-tuned, and then like also like you touch something else and that something else changes the balance, you know what I mean? I'm punting. Thought we would make it there in time. We did not. So we clicked on the wrong location. I guess it still works out for us. I'm probably just being a hipster too, playtesting Central Burgundy. Felt good to push centralization during the subject phase. We could have probably pushed centralization early on here. Might have been cute. Felt cute, might decentralize later. Hell yeah. It's kind of a weird metagame though, where like the AI builds a lot of forts, and they super overpay for forts, but wars are so much easier early on before they've added a ton of forts. I think the overall like sequencing of like fort quantity is maybe one I think could improve. Whoa. Let's just head it back here. Where are you going, dude? Where are you going? Where's this guy going? I mean, I guess we could do this. Now that we know where he's going. Going nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere. Why did centralized get removed? Why did plutocratic get removed? It's like, quality was never a thing. Centralization is okay to go later. What it gives you is just so much worse later, though. Proc speed and crown power are so much... Like, I agree that once you get integrate area, you can kind of just do it yourself, but, like... Proc speed and crown power at that point in the game are just so much worse. What's the troop count on either side? 94,000 against 17,000. Like, the predictor had us winning it before we added 10k mercs, and mercs are so much better than the levies, and people are mostly on levies. So... We also might feed some territory to England, just to hurt France. Not unthinkable. I think if we enforce on them, we automatically get it. We can't subjugate Hanuit. I mean, we're looking to grab all this. Maybe we'll have to keep an eye on the antagonism for it. In particular, we want coast stuff, so... Might be bad for us. I think we win this. Because they have really strong levies, but they're still levies against regs, yeah. Not like overwhelming, crushing, except for this later portion here is going to be a little bit like that. But this is vulnerable back there. Maybe getting a little too cute, trying to occupy a lot of this, and straying from our tiny, tiny sieging army. You know what's interesting is the best capital in this region might now be, like, Portsmouth. And I hate that. Like, does Portsmouth really have that much better a harbor? In the end, maybe you could take over Artois and just release Hanuit. They could be diplo-vassaled at risk of repeating myself. Take over Artois and release Hanuit. I think we'd rather go for Artois, yeah. Watching France get dissembled never gets old, basically. So much collective trauma from EU4. They're not even... yeah. Thank you for the tier list update resource. Watched, by the way, excited to watch it later. You're welcome, you're welcome. I've watched other streams literally start new runs to Game Ruin France. It looks like we're in good shape here. Gonna go for a big peace deal, I think. People are mostly on levies, 1337 to 1837. Yeah, they just pay too much for the forts and not enough for the standing armies, right? This is the way we look at it. We definitely want to get something that can release something, so we want to think through that too. So... grabbing like this to release Normandy would make a lot of sense. There's gotta be someone with claims. So I guess the other big one is Champagne. I don't know if we want to take all that. I don't know why we... oh, we can transfer. Perfect. Transfer I think is a little bit cheaper. These guys have claims anywhere. I think transfer is cheaper. Let's see. We're at 9 and 64. Actually, let's just clear this. So 106.82. Costs us less score and the same amount. That seems weird. So I guess we'll just annex. On the tier list, what you said about fruit, as don't worry about demand, can be applied to olives and sturdy grains, I feel. I agree. Like, if we occupy their capital, we should be in good shape. We're also running our mercs out a little bit here. I don't think we want to pay for it. Yeah, why is innovative so easy to push, but humanist feels way harder? Some of the values feel like they were balanced around how easy or hard they were to push, and now, like, that, like, equilibrium has, like, completely changed. And like centralization felt okay because it was difficult to push, but decentralization is super easy to push and it's just better, so it's like... what? Actually, maybe it's not better. That's maybe not... Is decentralization... If you could just have 100 and just ignore all pushes, would you rather have this? Probably not, but I think it's kind of close. Estate stat recovery is really nice. Assaulting was removed via 1.1. Gotcha. Regarding what you were saying earlier. Cost of mercs is bananas. Units are 75% cheaper and maintenance about 33% cheaper than regs. That's no modifiers. Yes. There's like no reason to not use mercs. Like even if you want a standing army, you just hire mercs and you have them around. The reason to actually do it is so that you can combine arm bonuses. So like you make a regular army, but it consists entirely of the supply cards or whatever. Artois is outside the Netherlands requirement, but it is part of the LARP. Yeah. Let's actually see the requirement. After Hanuit, we actually probably have enough to form it. Why can't we separate piece them? Alright, subject. Got it. We already have 60% in there. War reparations would also go hard. Is there a way to get this and war reparations? That's what we really want. There's not going to be. Well, do we need that? Maybe we don't need that. That's not actually connecting us. We need this for being able to get wars on them later. English only, please, because I can't, Champagne is crazy. That's how you pronounce it. Lasagna, but Champagne. Yeah, English only, please. Because I cannot, what is it? Moderate other languages. Can you reduce prox costs from leaving port by 100%? Yes. So Portsmouth is going to maybe... Well, Portsmouth would be a really good capital, except for then our governors would be restricted to England. So Portsmouth is not a good capital, so I think we're still moving it to Antwerp, especially because the RP, but like, even like Brest might be better. Yeah. Feels like backwards value should be worse, but easier to push. I agree. This is... I have a pretty... I disagree with their design philosophy that everything should be balanced and like half the time you go one and half the time you go the other. I think I think instead what it should be the case is it should change how easy it is to push certain things over the course of time with the introduction of new laws, which to some extent happens, but also new privileges. Like, not all privileges should just be unlocked at the start of the game, and the movement of history should push you from like being more backward to being more less backward, and that you should have to like feel like you're giving a concession and pushing a bad value early on, because the like privileges and laws and stuff are just too good to pass up, and then later on you get to progress towards the better value because you get other things that allow you to push it. Where's Tark when we need a mod? Do we need a mod? He stopped, I think. What's the combined armors bonus do? Just 20% bonus. I think it's just more damage. If I'm not mistaken. But I'm actually not 100% sure. I was looking through the ancestry of the Plantagenets, and looks apparently the son of John Lackland was the Holy Roman Emperor. That is interesting. I was not aware of this. Did the prices on this change? We kind of wanted this. We could give up the fruit pile. We're border going? Yeah, dog. Is vassalizing cheaper than annexing? Apparently not. I thought it was. But we took a look at vassalizing Hanuits. Or transferring it. Transferring, I guess, is... Maybe transferring is the same price. But here, this brings us up to 106. Us taking all the locations, 102. So it's actually more expensive. Which I don't think makes sense, so... We'll take the stab here. Our communalism hasn't been uber pushed yet anyways, so... How long do we have on the mercs? Got a little bit of time. It'd be nice to get rid of them too. Probably want to hover money for kind of an extended period of time. I think we're getting the city discount right now, so we can urbanize up a little bit after that. EU3 is a good example of backward countries become more developed over time, feels more natural than EU5. Yeah. There's like a progression that's supposed to be... Like the fidelity to like simulating like the material conditions of history generally seems higher in Vic3, and EU5 seems like more video game oriented. Like, all the like, that's a video game thing to do from like a design perspective. Just make everything equal. Where everything's balanced and you can make one or the other, and the benefit is you get a choice. And if you always do something, it's boring and it's bad design. But what I think is good design for these things is make it so that it's phasic in nature, where you go one thing and you shift another, and when you shift, and if you can shift, that being informed by the flavor of various nations could be interesting. Like, serfdom being worse than free subjects, I'm on board with that, but then there's a combination of laws and privileges that make it so it's too hard to push free subjects early on. And then you get more free subjects, laws, and privileges as time goes on, allowing you to push out of serfdom later in the game, right? This would be good. And then France has serfdom push on some of its unique content. Maybe France can't push off of serfdom. Like, from a design perspective, I think that this is more interesting. And some values should probably be balanced, like land, naval, maybe should be equivalent or something like this. But I think that trying to have all of them be even Stevens balance is like... They're also just going to be difficult to have, like, perfectly balanced, too. Yeah. The combined arms bonus is so unnecessary with how freely your mercs professionals will just cleave levies. Another thing is, like, the AI does not seem very good at achieving it. They're like... Where are your supply carts, dog? To be fair, this is all levy army, but yeah, regulars just seem only a tool for achieving that. Without the Pluto Aristo roller coaster, I would be done with values at 1400 way too fast. Well, you wouldn't be done if what you could push or want to push changes over time as a consequence of getting new privileges and stuff. That's another thing, is like, I think it extends the interesting aspect of the game where you are actually paying attention to this and paying attention to this, as opposed to just like the set it and forget it kind of play pattern, which I think is pretty much how it goes. Yeah, let's build some lumber mills. Looks like we're losing progress in some spots. Interesting. Oh, you know what? We don't need to have this chunk specifically. Yeah, since this is high control, it's expensive to take. And then we can take this. Yeah. I like it. Okay. Actually, wait. I just want to make sure I don't take an English core. So just piss them off. AI is random with their movements? I don't think so. I think they're just really bad with Fog of War, but also I think they kind of decide what they want to do ahead of time and don't necessarily tick it super hard in real time. I freaking hate that republics and theocracies don't have to pay for their sliders. Yeah, I hope that there are disasters, but also if they make the disasters, like, monarchies are clearly probably gonna be best, but I think that's kind of okay. Wars take too long? I think that I prefer the amount of attention I have to devote to a war. I prefer Vic 3. I think that I would rather have to pay less attention to a war. I don't know what the solution is, though, to that. I think that I'm also in the minority, but Vic 3, you usually end up doing the same thing most of the time. Rarely starting positions demand different playstyle. Yeah, Vic 3 evolves like an evolution over time, and that evolution itself is interesting, but it is the same thing every single time. That's the issue with Vic 3, is it's exactly the same every time. Or like the variations are very small, especially on any country that's reasonably strong. On some of the weak countries, they get enough like content to like play different, but like Vic 3 is like very much committed to the sandbox. So it just means you do everything the same thing. At the beginning, going for centralization is hard, and being decentralized with subjects is easy. The problem is that subjects give too much to like and they give a massive trend towards decentralization. There should be gov reform to have extra land governor. Well, like the naval reforms, you should just get the ability to you should just get the ability to put governors overseas with like the naval, and that's what it should be. Like, this extra governor business doesn't make sense. I think. We were checking the food. Food's in a good spot. How much are we getting from food storage? Pop growth 0.57. Food storage 0.09 with how much storage? Yeah, so we would only get like 0.01% per granary, which is still maybe worth building, but we're also going to hit the food apocalypse, so the bigger our storage, the more expensive it is. Oh, that one wasn't uber loud. The other coffee, thank you for the resub. What big changes patched yet? Haven't caught up yet? So big changes to proximity. You can't stack it to minus 100%, so this manages kind of the bleeding, the nosebleed kind of section. Values, aristocracy is better now. Serfdom and free subjects is somewhat balanced. Serfdom's probably a little bit better. Naval is a must-go because it gives you additional governors, and it's, like, not close. They changed it so that estates get money from lack of control, and so this massively, like, changes the economy and speeds up the overall value in your markets by, like, a lot. This also affects sliders. They changed the way that economic base was calculated. Now it is based off of wealth instead of tax base. And wealth scales with... It doesn't matter how much control you have, the wealth is the wealth. And so this means that your slider expenses will be more expensive if your average, like, economy in terms of how much control is under 66. So in general, sliders are more expensive, making you want to throw sliders even more. Theocracy was pretty substantively nerfed, so I think Republic's probably the best gov type by a big margin now. That's why I feel EU5 is most historically plausible simulation. It just simulates a lot of the factors influence nations at the time period. At least for early mid-game. Something like that, yeah. Large-scale wars in EU5 are absolutely miserable. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of okay when I'm, like, maneuvering around one stack. When I have to maneuver around, like, multiple theaters, multiple stacks, and the game lags a lot for, like, me to be able to use tab as a function to, like, kind of switch around kind of fast. The game, like, lags too much for that. It becomes a little bit rough. When you put guys on control groups, they also, like... yeah. Like, switching between control groups, I think... I don't like how long it takes to pan. Like, when you're trying to, like, micro, like, a bunch of armies around, like, the fact that this takes forever, like, feels really bad. And it also gets really bad once it's laggy. I agree with the Vic 3 take. It was an EU4 hater despite having thousands of hours. Minus 50 relations from annexing a subject is way too harsh. I don't think so, because it caps at 100. It just means you're, like, someone who annexes their, like... yeah. Lots of different levers to think about. Thinking about decentralization versus centralization gets your subjects having a full set of cabinet actions, with hugely biases you towards the OPM subject meta. Yeah, I think that the cabinet actions should scale. We're about to lose it. Let's get the siege. I think they care about the size of your army, so let's see if we can peace out here. Oh no, they hate it. Why? Why do they uber hate it? Just because they have this battle going on? Why do they hate peace? I don't want to keep paying for these mercs, man. I think we make progress without them. Okay, -6. Was it just a battle? Was it just a dream? They were retreating onto that. That's nice. One last battle for the boys before the merc contract expires. I guess we'd already lost a big chunk of the mercs. Okay, so we can do this peace deal now. We will... swap to... We're already improving. Ooh, we would not want to be improving that this entire time. Let's do this. Is there a way for us to get war reps, though? If we give up these two? No. War reps would just be kind of big for us. Or are we getting war reps? Yeah, we are. I'm so smart. Alright. This is maybe going to be a little bit rough. Maybe going to be a little bit bumpy. What is this? Cardi's releasable, but we couldn't release them from them earlier? Alright, well. Is any of this our core? No, it's not. You didn't want to release? What? Alright. We'll give them locations then. Let's pay a little bit for the Diplo. Not pay for the army maintenance. Decrease the levies. So it's staying down the levies. Put our leader in charge of the Navy again. Swap to pushing Naval. Rival Brabant, I think. So we can eventually put claims in on them. You want to hand out some of this territory to Picardy? Progress towards plutocracy, we have to grab it every time. And those are the rules. Them's the rules. And we're gonna generally try and click through what we can do with them. Perhaps value shouldn't be static. That's, I mean, you could change what they give too. That's also an interesting thing. Have stuff scale with ages. I think I'd have to think through that a little bit more. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think I would have to think through it a little bit more. I think we want Munster to not be upset with us. They're not. Cologne, we'd rather not have in the coalition. We don't necessarily have to play super nice with them, though. We are still running a lumber deficit. Price is down a little bit now. I think we build a little bit of the lumber-oriented stuff. I think dyes in the capital specifically are going to be sufficiently good. They're gonna pull their weight, and then we're eventually moving the market capital and the capital to Antwerp, so I think those will be solid enough. How much income are we getting from France? 7. We can repush that as well. Multiple stack, multiple front situations, exactly what I'm talking about. Regarding war being tedious after a certain point. Yeah, I think it's like an intractable issue. I think like, from a design perspective, I like Vicky 3, like what they're trying to do with war. Execution, maybe suspects. We're not going to get lumber cheap for upgrading cities like anytime soon, so we're just going to upgrade our cities aggressively. And this is a decent harbor in Dunkirk, so we'll upgrade this too. We're starting to spread. We are starting to spread other stuff. Cool. Brabant joins the coalition. Looking to avoid a coalition getting too big, which is why we're improving with some of these guys. I think we'll improve with Frisia as well here. Kicker 000. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Frontage often doesn't fill up completely. Fellow EU4 hater with thousands of hours. Can you build polders in this game? Yeah, once we form the Netherlands. Which I think we're going to work towards sometime soon. Let's annex these guys. Yeah. We're gonna float money. Like all of our marginal income, we're gonna float it. Alright, let's see. I think we want taxes. And then we can let stuff slide. But we could also do this. So we could choose between letting this go through or... 4 trade capacity is kind of valuable for us at this phase of the game. Cost of purchasing food also is actually something that might be meaningfully valuable to us. I always forget to research that. Go for max burger tax. I'm curious if the... I wonder if how aggressive the nobles are about building this, or if the estates build this-ish. We will... That sounds like a party. Do you think that they'll work on the Aztec model? That'll probably be like a major, like, focused overhaul of the region if they do it, if/when. Upgrade wool? It is super expensive right now. Alright, we'll upgrade 1 level. I think Trier we don't want a coalition with. Did we push all the way? Can we get a more competent guy? Because I think we didn't push to 50. We didn't. He's just got 67. Oh, slightly more competent. Give this guy head of cabinet. It's kind of expensive. See if we can just high roll something. No, we can't. Alright, we're gonna make this guy head of cabinet. I can't push Pluto anymore, but he can push Naval above 50 now. Yeah. The Hansa. Hansa's fucking terrifying this patch. Yeah, maybe we should have been a little bit more conservative. I just didn't think that we would be able to kind of get this done this patch. Or not this patch, I didn't think we'd be able to war them again anytime soon. So I wanted to kind of get a good chunk of what we wanted while we were here. Need 13 more locations. Oh my god, I'm having trouble button pausing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll need 8 more locations. One more month. And we have in Namur 2 locations, so we need 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we maybe take the 1 location from Picardy. Oh, the Picardy's location doesn't count. We need 1 more location at some point later. What's the best ruler for urbanization? I watched a video of yours and you build 1 province, so you're not going to crash the market with burghers building output, is the rule. Best ruler, or rule, I'm not sure what you mean by ruler. You want a ruler that has the trait that gives you dev. Does bro live in the hood? I mean, not really. But I think we're kind of in chill mode a little bit, unless we get decked on by this coalition, in which case we're kind of not, but I think we beat the coalition. Yeah, nobody accepts our alliance though. Fight settlers from the Hanseatic League. Sometimes we have to check for if we have unique content for this stuff. I don't think we do though. General consensus on in-game starting in the Americas of the EU5 subreddit is don't. Yeah, this is kind of how I feel about it. To some degree, like the Sunset Invasion stuff, I think like bothers me though. Just like hyper OP. Would love to see you play the Hansa even for just 1 stream. Interesting to see what you pull off with it. I mean, it's not as bad as playing a bank. What's the rule? There's not really necessarily a hard and fast rule. I suppose that you shouldn't build more urban buildings if you're getting, like, your profit per level, if this is dipping below, like, let's say 0.1, because now this is how much you are generating tax base, or in tax per level, not tax base. It used to be tax base. And, like, the heuristic worked a little bit better, but maybe, like, 0.8 per age, or 0.1, or, yeah, 0.8 per age, maybe, something like this. If you're making less than that, you should not be building more of that industry. And you also want to stack your industries up super tall. It might be like 0.8 per age, so like the numbers should get bigger as the time goes on, but in the early game it's maybe around 0.1. So like here are marginal tools guilds I think mathematically are good, but if it gets too cheap they just like are actively bad. We would really love H2, guys. I don't think we're very likely to get it. I think at the very least we're taking Antwerp here. Son of a bitch. We can't push it while we're at war. Did we push it to 50 at least? We did push it to 53, so I think we're gonna slot this out now. For harbor admin. So we won't backslide. Does mean that we can't push with that anymore, though. And I think we're gonna try and clip their army. Yeah, this is good for us. 2k damage. Very nice. I don't think we want to take the entire bag from them, but we might just take 2 locations here. Something like this. It's a lot of Antag though. We could take just Antwerp and integrate it ourselves, and this would be Exacxes. Maybe we didn't even need the marks. This honestly is... I think we're kind of into just, well, we might be into that. I think that pisses off the Germans too much, though. Just this allows us to form Netherlands and move our capital where we want it. You also get to like take war reps or something. Loan's not part of it. Maybe an argument for taking some of their stuff, but let's do this. I think we're gonna try and peel war reps off of a bunch of these guys if we can. Food is like kind of an issue fighting the HRE. People who don't have forts specifically are the like primary target. I guess there's not that many people who are somewhat big and don't have forts. Like Naval. Germans are known as chill people? Yeah. 100% chilled. Oh, we can't separate peace. Yeah, okay, this is whatever. That's right. Makes sense. Yeah, but they have no army. Yeah. This is Jova. Split up. I think the other one gives negative, yeah. You should join HRE. It's more antagonism to take HRE if you're not in a side compared to being inside of it. I think you were right. Should also use our... We have... No. We've not jumped in the HRE in a while. I can't remember how to do it. Thanks. What is the criteria? Who's even emperor right now? What? Is there not an emperor? Oh, they're without a leader. Oh. So I guess we're not going to do that before the war is resolved, probably. Siege of Liege. There's no emperor. There's no emperor to care. How could they care? Let's grab this from them. We might auto-join when you move the capital to Antwerp, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we're fine being in the HRE. So we'll just look to resolve our peace deal. Bro, surely. Yeah, auto-joining would also be okay with us. We had a lot of antag taking this stuff up here. Yeah, 98, bro. Give me the last bit. Actually, what are we doing? This should be good enough. Oh, I feel stupid. I forgot to do the Diplo Endeavors thing again. Son of a bitch. It's fine. It wouldn't have saved us that much. Because of the way the modifiers stack, it wouldn't have helped us out that much anyways. It's definitely a leak, but it's not like super catastrophic. Expialidocious. If you saw this Diplo, you would know it was atrocious. Oh, bam! Let's go! I think we're okay going for military tactics here. God, this is so crazy. This feels like so not the game I'm used to with the mercs just being so good. Alright, how are we doing on institutions? Not so good. I mean, the solution is to increase trade, but let's actually come in here. Do we have carpentry? Carpenter. Yeah. Let's close all you. And then let's import carpentry. Wow. Active trade on the lumber instead of burger. Furniture. My bad. Let's import furniture from Hannibal. Not the best route. Actually, we don't want that much trade capacity on that. But yeah, it's quite a bit more growth on this. There we go. Wait, banking. Why did banking just jump up to like infinite? Someone on Reddit was asking, or tagged me in a question the other day, which was size of location versus location size. What's the difference? Blurry cam is blurry? Not like this. Yeah, moving to capital HRE auto joins it. Yeah, let's do that now then. Oh no. We're not gonna bork our trade. Unfortunately, we're getting a lot from diplomacy, so it's not gonna get way, way cheaper. Oh, it's not quartz, son of a bitch. We can't do it yet. That's actually gonna be nice because I think that we can release this as a subject, this province as a subject, if our capital, because we can't release our capital, I don't think. Let's change societal value more towards naval. So we want to get naval as pushed as we can and then put in the land thing. That gives other stuff. The gov reform. This. Which gives progress towards land, which we don't like right now, but we will like it now. Do you rhyme at people when you bounced them? No, but I kicked the security guard for my school. My high school, I kicked him out, or I was involved in kicking him out of the nightclub that I bounced at, which was wild because I was a bouncer from like 18 to 19. So when I was a bouncer, I was the youngest person there because I wasn't even old enough to drink. But it was definitely very surreal kind of experience to kick out the guy who was the security guard for me for like 4 years. We'll get more push towards naval when these run out too. Yeah. Antwerp's integrating. We mainly want the pop promotions, so let's get the libraries in. Well, that's a big reason why we urbanized. It's not like we need more building slots. Our trade capacity is like not actually very lucrative right now, but it's something we could expand that doesn't point back to lumber. Our lumber price is getting close to base though, actually. So, you know what we'll do in these places? We'll put the lumber mills on auto expand. And the promotions will help the lumber mills come up. I think actually we might be at the light of the end of the tunnel for that. So we can put some other stuff on auto expand too, once that happens. Most American thing I've heard, someone not old enough to drink being the barrier entries to people not old enough to drink getting into a place. Yeah. Checking IDs and shit. Like, nah. Plus having a school security guard. Oh, we had like 3. A school security guard. What a European thing to say. I think we had 2. Like, dedicated, like, the only thing they did was security, yeah. I'm not 100% sure if that's the number. I know it was at least 2. So weird to me as a Norwegian, you can drive at 16, vote, and join the military at 18, but can't drink until you're 21. I think it's really stupid. It should all be the same. Everything should just be the same age. Like, like... Yeah. You're either too young, like, you either need to be protected from yourself or you don't. You know? State's building a cathedral. But yeah, didn't want Ghent, I think we want Bruges. I think we do this, we don't pass it, or we intentionally don't pass it for the spiritualist push. We're kind of okay clicking towards humanist. Here, mainly because we want to peek behind... Oh, no, wait. We already have naval over a certain number. We don't necessarily need to do too much stuff. So let's request additional taxes. I don't think we want to contain banking, so I think that's our parliament. We don't want to contain banking because it's only here. Well, actually, we're getting it at such a fast clip, though. Is it worth the parliament squeeze? I think it's probably worth... Yeah. Just the 7 stab, probably. Okay, I want to lock in a change that we like. Well, legislative efficiency is useless, so we'll change legal code to traditional law. And then choose this option. Wouldn't have mattered. Hate it when that happens. Okay. Let's decrease our income. Yes. And now we can move the capital for cheap. Maybe he's almost done pushing here. I think we can do this. See, this is pushing this will make us money because this place is going to have 100 control, but it's a margin by which, like, it's going to bring down how much money this makes too. In theory, you're trying not to pull stuff towards your low control areas. Yeah, here it's all 18 for, like, the driving, yeah, drinking, yeah, it should all be, well, actually, I think I'm maybe okay with driving being a little bit earlier, and not having when you can drink and when you can drive being the exact same age. I think either one of them being earlier makes sense. But, like, I think I don't like the idea of it being the same age. I think that's maybe leading to some undesirable outcomes. But that's also a bit like saying people can't make decisions for themselves. Yeah, I don't know. Gonna have to get one more tech, probably, before we can get banking. I'm not sure how we feel about that yet. Guess we probably want armory. I actually don't know if we want that tech, man. What a time to be alive. It's also going to be bad for our proximity, like, right now, but... So unfortunately we couldn't finish a little bit earlier, because then we could have swapped the Navy thing from the one that gives us progress towards Naval to progress towards cap economy, but we're going to have over 50 cap economy too. I think we can just swap now, because we're going to want the cap economy. Privy Council is also okay. But I think we want bank ledger system. I think we want this anyways, but we'll get an extra gov reform, and I'm pretty sure we want, you know, this, so just go agricultural and culturalization. No more plutocratic ethos for us. It's real terrible. What the hell? But actually, the satisfaction? Why is it so cucked? Oh, we don't accept the card. Let's tolerate the card. And then I think eventually, Artois is the biggest card guy, but eventually I think we can get the card accepted cheaper. I think that they semi-share a culture group with us. So everyone who's Netherlandish will look to accept. Can we just accept them now? We go over cap a little bit, but that's probably fine. Let's do that. Oh, the minus 122 from events? I mean, I guess. I still can't drive at 30. I think for 18 for everything works fine. Yeah, I don't know. The drunk driving's like such a like issue for like adolescents. Like, I would not be shocked if it was the biggest cause of death for people ages like 16 to 21, actually. I don't know. Maybe that's a shrug your shoulders and you say people are gonna die type of thing, but that feels really bad. Oh, we have to rebuild our this. Lumber's almost at base price. Let's get this on auto expand. one in. What CB are they using? It's time to search, chat. Search for the H2 units that someone might have. Portugal's not gonna have it. The Hessians might have it. Steel's definitely not gonna have it. Isle de France, they might have it. Alright, at least they have H1 tech. Upper Rhine. Baltic? I think we're into hiring from Isle de France, though. We do want a sergeant trait anyways here. Forget that they give us crown power. Infantry power is gonna be nice. Wait, why is Artois on the same side as us? No, okay. They're just not fighting against us. Got it. Should be good for us. I think this is pretty winnable. The AI, like, if the AI, like, merked or was better about handling mercs, they'd be so fucking terrifying. I think this is one where we're gonna maybe need our mercs to the end, so we'll also put this in. Oh, we're just eviscerating them. God, it's so silly we could do this as Flanders. I was actually, like, nervous for half a second, and then, like, my brain turned back on. Legitimacy for free is nice here. We can give out the land rights thing again. And I think Elite Council... But this is looking good for us. Driver's ed in America is a joke. It basically doesn't exist. You kind of, it's not like in school, like you just like, I don't know, figure it out on your own type of thing. It should be part of the school curriculum, but it's not. Big oof with the getting decked on. If I wasn't so confident in the mercenaries, I would have been super terrified. I was a little bit nervous though. This just looks like super easy though. Those guys get called into it. Yeah, so they're in it now. How do we want to handle this? Probably lowering the game speed and microing. Actually, we could probably split in half now. I doubt drunk driving is the leading cause of death. Gen Z, they don't really drink. I don't know. I've seen like some of those statistics posted. I don't know how much I trust that. I would need to see the experimental design or like the way in which the self-report was thinking. Because look, you're surveying people who are underage and you're asking if they're illegally drinking underage, and you like you think that self-report is going to be accurate. Like, it could just be an indication of like also, like, some of it, it's, like, some of the framing I know is, like, disingenuous, where it's, like, they drink less than people who are over 21. Like, yeah. I mean, I think that there's definitely, or it seems probable that there's, like, less partying and stuff, but, like, I'm not sure the narrative is as, like, one-sided a thing that, like, it's not going to continue to be one of the ways in which young people die at the highest frequency. Do we want to spend this? We already accepted these guys. Yeah, we'll take the prestige hit. Oh shit! I shouldn't have done that. I'm stupid. That was our crown power character. God damn it. You really shouldn't be able to roll that for a crown power character. I guess we have another one. We have a spare. We have a backup. Don't worry, we brought a spare. We're gonna spin up the Spinners Guilds. What's our proximity look like? That's... no. What? You guys seeing this? This is we have a road, this is we use the river. Bro, this is sick. Why does it matter where you take your mercs? Because it takes pops from that area, and also because it determines what tech the mercs have. Paris is our pope, he said, while curb stomping the French mercenaries. I mean, I don't see any contradiction here. I don't know what you're talking about. We could maybe split into 4. God, mercs, this is so stupid that we just like save up 1,000 gold and then we get to slap the shit out of France. And France doesn't... France is just drooling on the ground. Do they have any army left? No, they have freaking nothing. Okay. Alright. They have like 500 dudes. If they merc up, it's maybe an issue, but... we will be able to culturally improve opinion. Some of these guys as well. Did we not get I thought we got Loun. just kidding. Actually, you're closer. You go that way. You go this way. Free the actual war goal here. Driver requirements in my states are driver's ed and a joke. Like, I don't even remember it. I don't even remember. Like, I think you just have to, like, pass the written tests. Or some shit like that. Squiggly water lines. It's so flashy. Capital economy above 50 now? Yeah, but we don't want to slot anything out. It is very nice, though. It's basically Renaissance is going to be really nice for us. My brother failed because he didn't slow down for a crosswalk, even though there was no one there. Yep. Calling in Artos after this. So sad. Artois? Artosis? Pylon? I mean, I think we're gonna grab just more shit. This is so dirty. Any advice on Naples breaking up Hungary Union for Serbia start? And breaking up the Union. There's like a couple cute ways of doing it. If you like change their religion with like a heretical thing, it can change the thing. But yeah, the problem is that they have a defensive alliance. I would just hire mercs and just smash them both, to be honest. That's how I would approach that. Hope that helps. I forget, there was like kind of a there was a way to do it if I recall correctly that wasn't like too difficult. I just can't remember what it is. Works on a mock that unlocks all the low Franconian culture bonuses to the Netherlands tech, allowing you to research this once you form the Netherlands. How OP would you rate it out of curiosity? I don't know, I'd have to think about that. You have like extra tax efficiency, like regular like Holland into Netherlands gaining access to the tech that we have is pretty big deal. I think Holland has some stuff that we don't get, that Netherlands also doesn't get. I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider it super OP. It would make the run a lot stronger though, yeah. OP is strong phraseology. Kind of love that the iron is their capital, because they're gonna get a lot of dev on it. Ooh, dev province, let's go. How does the antagonism look? Those guys are truced out for like forever. We can actually just like YOLO it with France, to be honest. So annexation's coming through somewhat soon. These guys good relations with us? Not super good. Austria's for when we Or now we're in the HRE, right? Yes. This is alphabetical. It's not. Holy shit. I just want to double check that we're in the HRE. I mean, it looks like we're not. Just our capital is. Oh, this does look so pretty though. Learning how to drink responsible has its value too. 14 is too young, but 16 might be fine. The other thing is it negatively affects brain development, so that's like, to me, the strongest argument for like, okay. You want to push it back. But then like, brain development and moral responsibility might be two different, you might want to like categorize them as two different things. In terms of how you think about them. Give them the rest of Calx. So we'll use Dev Province. Rethel our subject? They're in a union with us. But I think that union's breaking. Not sure we want to give them all their cores, but I think we do want to annex this guy. Or at least take this. That way, this guy will be the biggest Picard. Still no army, no nothing. We just have to keep an eye out for them getting enough money to merc up. Did France volunteer to donate some land with this war? They did. They did. They didn't know the way of the merc. Honestly, this feels like, feels reasonable. Historically speaking, that stuff is driven a lot by money. It's just the AI, I think, just doesn't understand how to play in this type of world. God, can you imagine if we had slave raiding? The most strong mechanic for the most handsome of nations? We'd be taking so many slaves right now. I get a dopamine hit when we occupy something, not because like, not because we're closer to winning the war, but I was like, if we had slave raiding, that'd be real good right there. And then I wake up and the nightmare begins and we don't have slave raiding. Should show up on your Diplo relations. That's true. It's not showing up. Yeah, I think we're just not in it. I mean, there's reasons to not want to be in the HRE too. Like, we can't upgrade to kingdom without it. We have to get that or we lose the Moors. Well, we could try and put France in the bucket, too. Someone give him a body bag, but it's a bucket. Okay, cool. Now we can grab this. Who's pissed and how pissed are they? Why are they so pissed? Artois joined the HRE? It's real life. Stupid. Trumpets, trumpets, trumpet. Alright, well... Resist the slave-raiding Sunni theocracy. Never. Generalist elite. Not like this. That's not a moniker I like. Let's not do that. No. Not generalist elite. I'm in a world where I used to slavery and now I have to wait for pops. It feels so slow. Yeah, you gotta like grow them off the vine instead of taking them. Alright, well... God, what do we even do with ourselves? This is so bad. You just probably just take more of the coastline and put France in a bucket. We can't. We also can't join the HRE. Maybe we take that just a little bit. Oh, but it's like cut off land, so we'd have to take like this, just so we can walk troops across the length of what we have going on here. I think that's kind of okay. Also, this guy, I think, is, would have much better proximity with that one, those couple pieces of territory, so... I guess we could take this over here, too. God. This is where everyone leaves, and it's like, you know what, Generalist said maybe go on a walk like an hour ago, and I think that's a good idea considering I'm watching what's happening to these borders. He said he was an Armenian one time, but I'm not an expert, I am an Armenian. And I am a quarter Armenian, quarter Mexican. Yeah, we do want more reps. Technically, you can bucket them kind of hard by liberating stuff too. Like even if you don't want the end tag, but we're gonna be releasing Champagne. Why can't you join the HRE? Because there's no emperor right now. There's a power struggle. We love the bucket. We love it so good. Glory days will return. I don't know. I think us fighting someone like 8 times our size is already pretty. What do you mean return? They're acting like they left. Alright, banking is coming in, which is nice. Alright, we finished our cap eco push for now. There's a couple other things we could do for it. I think we go push serfdom. Yeah, let's do that. Especially because we have a relatively weak what is it? We have powerful burghers, so we're going to have a relatively weak nobility right now. So I think the nobility kind of spiraling out in terms of power is like maybe is somewhat of an issue, but it's kind of not. We maybe could think about not rehiring mercs. I think we don't want to auto-renew. I think we're getting enough done without it. And that's like most of their valuable stuff occupied. I mean, maybe they really have nothing left. And haven't seen them have any money to do stuff. So I think when all these lose like 80% of their units, it's probably okay. We maybe have to link some guys up, stuff like this. Maybe we should have sent them all out to do the I forget what it's called. Carpet Siege. Why is it even called Carpet Siege? What's the etymology on that? Innovative's always good. Innovative is generally pretty good, yeah. And we're about to embrace 2 things. Actually, you know what? I think you're right. Especially in the... We're about to embrace 2... We maybe should have pushed it a little bit earlier, but being kind of on the brink of that. This is German one. It'll be nice later. I almost like saw innovative and went feral there for a second. That would have been bad. We're not naturally pushing innovative though with what we have going. And I think we're really, really about to accept it. We also might have enough spread that we don't accept stuff at all. It's been nice getting the cheaper on this. Let's do serfdom. There's also aristocracy stuff that we want, or free subject stuff we want to put in that we can't right now. Or we'll ruin our trend. Like, we want to give out a lot more privileges here. I think we do want extra gold too. We'll improve relations with Hannibal soon, I think. Going for all these subjects kind of territories. What's the most we can take? God, we can take so much gold because their tax base is high, but their income sucks balls. Otherwise, they would be able to afford mercs. Disgusting. They're just gonna get so clapped here. Ugh. Someone hire a grief counselor for France. Their economy is dead. Serfdom versus free subjects is one of the real decisions to make. In underdeveloped regions, I feel like free subjects because of pop promotion. I don't think it's... After playing with it a little bit, I don't think it's like super straightforward. I do think serfdom's a little bit better, but it's also going to depend what phase of the game you're into. Okay, we occupied France, or we occupied Paris, so our bucket could actually look a little bit better. Our bucket could have a little bit more nuanced class and poise. Oh, they don't like that. They don't like that. They say that bucket's too buckety. That's true, it is a very buckety bucket. It is a very buckety bucket. I agree. Survey says, buckety bucket. Big true. Not to be confused with Big Nice, which this is, but not for France. They need a tissue. Do they keep itinerant court moving Flanders capital into the HRE? That was the easiest way to get in the HRE. We intentionally moved our capital over there. It did not get us into the HRE. I don't know if that's because we're ineligible because there's currently a power struggle. Or what exactly? We did, yeah, the mercs are gonna go away. Let's increase the speed. Got a need for less speed. Alright, bucket, coastline, full shebang. This is going to help our annexations out too. I'm gonna peel back on this slider cost a little bit. Let's do that. I forgot to do the thing again. Where we do the dip endeavors. The thing is, usually put dip endeavors in eventually. Looks like England's mixing it up with them, which is not that common. Let's check our antag. Maybe want to do something about them, but not right now. We do need to reorganize our nation right now. I hate's strong. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that it makes more sense for us to make new subjects rather than feed guys their cores in a lot of instances. We want to give them more than one location, just in case there's a rebel thing. There we go. Mission accomplished. France, welcome to the bucket. Except they get to push through their subjects, so they're not really that bucketed yet, but soon. There we go. Nice. Yeah. We're working on Lorraine. The rest should be manageable. Anything is possible with the power of friendship. And by the power of friendship, I of course mean the power of mercenaries. Do we have really high pop places that aren't urbanized yet? It's just this place, which is kind of breadbasketing for us right now. We could upgrade this. I think we're gonna set that to auto expand. Because our geos are reasonably good. Our lumber's not gonna be that easy to collapse further, but I guess maybe we will get there. Can't give them market access preference, womp womp. Let's improve relations with them. Ooh, we wanted urban areas to auto expand. Urban areas will have, or sorry, rural areas will have more max level. So, yeah, I think we do have the rural areas already auto expanding if they have access to the lumber mills. Not this one. Get that guy on it. We also want to improve relations with Hanuit here. Yeah. I understand. Large coalition of some small people. Bucket has some holes in it, exactly. They really need to change how diplo capacity is calculated to make the base cost per subject much higher. I don't think that the base cost necessarily needs to be higher. I think that cabinet actions need to be less efficient and annexation. Like, that would be one way of approaching it. I would just approach it from a different angle, I guess. Like, the fact that you get extra cabinet actions, but the real issue for us is like, oh, it's going to take forever for them to annex these guys if we do it like that. Because the way it works is you want to be way bigger than them for the purposes of annexation. We'll do this. So hopefully we can start that annexation when the other one finishes. Sure. Banking. We have one more tech we're researching. I think it's spreading pretty good. We do have the road tech, right? The road privilege? Yeah, they can make roads. They just haven't been making very much. If we want to punt our leader, we can. I think we could probably annex these guys too right now. Maybe that ends up making sense. Could also just improve relations with them. Nice, we get... Ah, why do we get both? Why do we get both? No. We don't want the decisions. This patch note said something about their subjects not using dev province. The patch notes lie. Let's find one. The patch notes lie. Dev province. Mercs feel so strong they feel like a cheat. Yeah, Mercs, like, honestly... They made them like 5% the cost. Like, what are you gonna do? Oh, I forgot we have this too. That button's gonna be useful. Us getting over 50 serfdom's also a pretty big deal, because then we'll be able to next stage universal serfdom. Which is important if you want to maintain serfdom trend. Why are these guys so pissed? Holy shit. See what we can do here. I mean, I guess we'll want slave centers eventually. At like the very minimum. We're also using conscripts right now. It's quite a while before we get Cannon Maker. Yeah. He uses it in like fortifications and stuff. Upgrade Antwerp to city, please. We don't have enough pops there. My view is a handful of mid or large subjects would be preferable to a million small ones. Yeah, I mean, I would like a world where I could make subjects by area. I think that'd be much more aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose pops here, basically. We forgot to delete our fort. No. That's some annoying ass timing, but yeah, sure. We hire out of Isle de France. It's maybe too big an army for us. I'm gonna use the mercs to try and solo bolo some of this other stuff that we have to fight. And use the non-mercs to siege, because the non-mercs are our pops. We'll slow down the speed a little bit here. Don't have any disloyal subjects. An important thing to check. I mean, we should just beat this. Yeah, I guess it's the combination of regulars being way better than other guys and mercs just being ungodly cheap is just too much. I need to tell Playmaker that my slight disagreement with him is actually probably just horribly in error. Because I'm just kind of like, it's the thing. Like, nope, 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 it's not. What is this war goal? Oh, they're the leader. Okay, I guess we're annexing just them. I'll have to have them as the leader. We can't separate piece anyone, which is kind of a bit of a drag, but also makes sense. Unfortunately, the Civil War decides that we need the things. Yes! Yes! A fortunate peasant. A fortunate us. Plus 10 towards plutocracy. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there, and then once we're there, we can go back. How we drew it up. Yeah, I maybe didn't need to merc up. Cut this in half. I think we do want to annex them. They're not in the HRE, right? Yeah, they're not. Oh, what is this massive stack? Alright, fair. Oh my god. So many buttons to click. Can't separate piece these guys, unfortunate. Yeah, and OPM being the leader of this, like, coalition makes the coalition feel really awful to fight. Because we're gonna get, like, nothing out of it. This guy has no food. Womp womp. In EU4, you couldn't even release custom subjects until 2/3 of the game, only historical ones. Well, that felt super arbitrary. I don't know. I didn't like how that felt. I remember that. But, like, I mean, that would be one way to prevent the subject spam, I suppose. You don't care about any of this money. We'll just take that. Because we're already involved in a conflict, we're going to shift this over to Picardy. Because we want them to get the location. Wait, why can we click this? We can vassalize those people, but we can't take territory? Is that how this works? Oh, it's like infinite war score though anyways, so it doesn't matter. Alright. We'll do this. Yay, no more coalition. except this one that's brewing. Alright, I think we were trying to keep Trier and Frisia out of this. Rebels decide it's Jover. Invite a foreign cleric. I think we'll grab this, or actually, let's grab banking. Or we could just wait it out. Let's wait. We don't have a lot of locations, so its spreading is going to be nice for us, actually. And then we finished annexing one of our subjects. Can we start on another? Well, we don't have enough diplomats, alright. Let's up our dip spending a little bit. Do we have any trend towards innovative? We do. Let's go innovative. Alright. What do we want first? Oh, the memes demand the polders first. So we do have access to polders, it's just like not very well shown in the UI. I think that we want trade range. I think that once we're there, happy to have a dock and start getting some of the propagation in that way. And then rag paper is something we're interested in because this decreases the demand of. The thing is, we don't really have good access to wool or cotton. Let's go bureaucracy afterwards, then rag paper, and then trade range, and then polders. Yeah. There and back again, an aristocratic journey. A long, long journey. Why am I not so lucky and handsome? It's, as I tell people, you just gotta be really good looking and good at the game. We need a little bit more, but with the theme of just needing a little bit more, we actually do want quite a bit more stab, so we'll pay for it. They'll have a Reconquest CB, which is nice. If they end up using that instead of the Coalition one, I think they won't, but... Yeah, the institution should spread on its own. What's our literacy look like? Kind of okay. Gonna be one of the few things we can get bonuses for. We're just gonna set it on auto expand and never think about distillers guilds ever again, because the overall demand for distillers guilds is not that high. But this province is like awful for inputs. We'll do the same thing in this province with the brewery. Technically, urbanizing a different location in this wheat stone province, and then splitting up the two might make more sense, but we're not going to do that. Because there's some stuff like paper, which is good in kind of like any province, or doesn't really benefit much. You should delete the fort? Absolutely, thank you for reminding me. Kind of maybe we'll rebuild a fort in the capital. We don't want to lose all of our art. Well, we kind of don't give a shit about the art, but... I guess still worth this. It's decreased maintenance costs if it's in the capital. Do we like our leader? Who's our heir? A woman? Right. We should have been more careful with our education. I didn't realize we were on a successional law that allowed for that type of thing. A woman? Was having a discussion with, some content creators, or some people are upset that basically that women were in charge of countries more often than they thought they should be. And I think their primary thrust of their argument was it caused dynasties to really not get maintained over time. Like, dynasties got broken up too much, which, okay, that also happened historically, but... yeah. The solution, or the thing that they blamed was women becoming the leaders too often. Like, ideally, the women should just continue the dynasty. There should be, like, some way of working that out, but... okay. We finished pushing some of the stuff as much as possible. We don't mind the progress towards aristocracy now, so I think we're going to put in right to inherit. I think we want feudal mercenary contracts. We probably should have put that in earlier. Mercs are just so ungodly good. Like, we just have to make sure that the bourgeoisie stays more powerful for us to be able to slot the things in, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. Not for us, at least. Starting with cities and urbanization and stuff. We're just gonna keep on keeping on there. Lumber's getting cheap, chat. We're getting there. Oh no, we lose our mercenaries. Terrible. Shouldn't annex Namur because it's an OLM? It's not. But they were, all of them, deceived. For another location was had. Deep in the things of Mount Doom. Namur, in fact, had this location as well. We should annex them, though. I agree. Let's grab this. We're slotting in privileges right now because we have an event where we can get legitimacy. I guess right to inherit we're kind of into. Just gotta double check that this won't backslide us off plutocracy. A little bit risky, but I think we could go for it. And then we should be able to tax the nobles a bit more now. Yeah, taxing them at the max rate. Not the commoners, though. But we can't slot the commoner stuff in yet. So we finish pushing serfdom. We did finish pushing serfdom. We can lose 0.25. So I think we want this. We still won't be taxing them at the absolute max rate. That's nice for us. I think once we annex Hanuit, this will be enough to form the Netherlands as well. We need 7 more locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's called Exacxies, baby. Okay. I think we want to keep with floating around 1k though. I think we're into that, generally. Can't build... yeah, this is good. This is gonna be urbanized eventually. Lagoons kinda suck. Let's just do it now. Get our pop promotions going. We can build some marketplaces and have them be pretty good here. It's gonna be really nice if we could just get one more event for flipping Republic as well. Running into dip capacity issues. If we are, then why don't we spend a little bit more here? And then do some of that. I tried matrilineal, but my dynasty almost instantly collapsed. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Also, like, I don't know how much of it is, like, CK players, like, being like, bro, it's not, like, the stuff doesn't work the way it should, and it's like, yeah, okay. Number of crown characters took generations to recover. Yeah, like, that's another thing, is, like, crown characters are, like, crown characters are so obnoxiously strong. I don't know if it makes sense. Like, it's a... Especially in the early game. In the early game, when you don't have modifiers, it's like a really big deal. It stops... It gets to being less and less of a big deal, but... I don't know. Still no member of the HRE. Improve with Berg as well, I guess. I guess there's maybe a world where we want to annex them in the near-ish future. Won't you lose right to inherit when you flip Republic? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure, because I haven't flipped Republic with that. I assume that would be likely, but it's a German privilege. It might still be in there. It might be right to inherit for the common people, not just the nobility. Or sorry, not just the crown, but the nobility themselves. And if it is the aristocracy push, we're kind of fine with it once we get what we're coming for, which is us flipping to a republic. We have to hit an event or something, though. There we go. We not spread it. I think we're into just finishing what we're coming for here, though. Docks is going to be big. Is our trade worth anymore? It's worth like half a ducat. It's going to be so much better once we flip Republic. Yeah, this place we just urbanized that has nothing in it, we're fine with that. Oh, you can build river toll castles in cities too. In my head, it was only possible in rural. It's probably because it's only reasonable in rural, but making a decent chunk of money here, honestly, considering the time period. Could make a gunsmith. I think we want to make a gunsmith not in this province. I think we want to make one, urbanize the sturdy grains and the what have you. Okay, annexation's about to kick through on this guy. Promote member of the burghers. Unfortunately, we won't be able to, with this, push all the way there. We could save and save scum. Hell yeah, brother. I think we're gonna sponsor a cathedral. And change this to push spiritualists. Yeah, with just sponsor a cathedral repeatedly, something that pops up for people who can build cathedrals, it's just super strong. Oh no, negative legislative efficiency. Whatever will we do? Trying to think what we should use our support points for. We could change the law that gave us naval. We don't necessarily need naval audits. I think naval audits is actually just better to have in than the other options, but we could go for this one to push capital economy a little bit more. That's probably better. I'm probably gonna forget what we did though. The real risk. Then, yeah. You can improve cultural relations? Son of a bitch, you're right. We want to do it with Picardy. Specifically. Oh, I think we want to de-urbanize the iron, just not right now. We do get to trace proximity through our subjects though, which is nice. We switched your market center to Antwerp, or when you were... we haven't yet. I think kind of okay with it in Bruges right now. I don't want to move it over and then have them make their own market over here, but I think they're kind of unlikely to. The thing is, we made it Antwerp because we wanted to host parliaments in here and this type of thing and get the dev up and this type of... but, like, Bruges is still in the middle of our country. So... When do you start pushing capital? Well, I'm gonna wait until the spiritualist trend that we have for free is not a thing. For this run, like, basically from the start. I think for a lot of runs you want it relatively early, but... Alright, can we click up to do a new thing here? Let's get rid of... Are the merchant guilds the good one? It's just one of them. No, they're not. Let's get rid of it. Support communist values. What? Alright, so we can let this go for 7 stab. I think I like that, because we're about to spend 50 stab changing government. Oh, well, we have to pay. And then here and now, we push capital economy just a little bit more. And these can auto-expand up a little bit more too. That stone is like 100% getting urbanized. And we have cheap. Cheap, what is it? Wood, so we can kind of push this a little bit more now. We might de-urbanize Den Haag as well. It's not gonna like it until we have the law all the way in. It's gonna keep fiddling back and forth. You can deck on France. It's crazy that I think we could just deck on France and beat them up right now. With the Mercs. The state of Mercs. The actual Miltech tree. It's right here, boys. You thought you knew where the Miltech tree was? This is it. Faster Universalis Creator here. Hello, hello. After hearing what you said in the beginning of the stream and changing combat, I reran some of the tests on the latest patch and I'm finding it nearly identical. Plus minus 2%. Well, in kill death and KD on both sides. That is pretty close. We might have to switch back. One sec. There's Dova. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Well, hello there. Connor the modder. I'll have to take a closer look. Some of the stuff I probably should be using in the mod I don't. Like removing the Society of Pops. Because that's probably just like less important. I almost wish I could remove that and not remove combat. Combat feels like it happens really fast, but that's also like... if the result is the same, that's less of an issue. I don't know what the marching speed stuff looks like. We should probably get Thirst for Knowledge too. Just everything from the banking tree first. I appreciate the update though, thank you. I think, like, the mod is like... We're going down below speed 7 a lot anyways, with the opening, like, salvo, so, like, the mod, I think, is, like, less important. I was planning on turning it back on, as the run got deeper. Does market access not care about harbor capacity, only the cost of trade? It cares about harbor capacity, if I recall correctly. But it only cares about harbor capacity. It doesn't care about, here you can see the harbor capacity is being modified slightly. At 50% harbor capacity, it's costing like 1 instead of 2. It's a very slight effect, and it doesn't care about maritime presence at all. I'd be encouraging migration, because it hurts to keep Antwerp as a town. I think developing Flanders is worth more. It's gonna lead to a lot more consumption and pop and stuff in the long term. That shit still scares me. It scares the shit out of me too. We need to change the noise. I think that at least some of the chat is really amused by it. I don't know. Bruges is a terrible port. It's not, it doesn't affect harbor, it doesn't affect the, it's like it's costing 0.6 more because the port's bad, if that's like the argument you're trying to make. Like, just our locations in general are just all closer to Bruges than they are to Antwerp. If you want, I do actually have a submod that switches back the hourly ticks. It's still faster than vanilla even without removing the hourly ticks, and you can still remove Society of Pops and such. I might check out that submod, because I think that, like, if something changes, like, game balance and, like, compositions of, like, so one of the risks is, like, does the mod significantly affect if initiative is better or worse? And I felt that it was making initiative better than it was in vanilla, which it should be better, so it's not exactly a bad change, but it affects my ability to, like, evaluate what's going on in the game. Was, like, kind of my feeling I was having when I was playing Who was I playing? I think I was playing Sweden. A tooltip says burgers of a different culture won't assimilate if the local market language is not the same as yours. But everything online says you can only change the market language by assimilating burgers. Both of those are true. No. One of those is almost true. It's not quite true. Some market language. Where's the market language, dog? Is that not a map mode? Could have sworn that was. It's just not one we use very often. So we can assimilate pops to Dutch because they're in the Dutch market. The way that it works is that you can promote pops who are already your culture up to burgers. So promoting, what you do is you promote them up to burgers when they're already your culture. So you culture convert an area, and then as you add more burger employing buildings, you will shift the composition towards being more burgers of your culture. And once you pass the threshold of it being the most common culture, then you will be able to assimilate again. Assuming it's working as intended. Will we be seeing Hello Kitty Island Adventure stream soon? Yes. But don't tell anyone. I tested with 60x halberdiers versus 60 arquebusiers. That's where I only found the 2% difference, with the initiative variance still being just as bad. Okay. Okay. I get you. There might have been a confound then. Because this was just based off of feel. It felt like the initiative guys were way better, but I didn't do anything rigorous, so the non-rigorous evaluation is probably just not as good. We will grab and we will port up that, and I think that port up Bruges. Something like that's probably good. France can join a coalition against us. I think we don't want... I think we'd rather they deck on us. God, this is so silly. We're just like, yeah, I think we're supposed to deck on France right now. Before a coalition forms, basically. Well, actually, we could let the coalition form and then deck on them. That way we could co-belligerate Brabants. We'd like to get an HRE, but not allowed because there's still a power struggle. Well. I mean, that solves that issue. Alright, so people are going to have tech. H2 tech, anyone? If the Hessians don't have it, no one does. Alright, well, at least we know that the enemy isn't going to have it. Alright. We'll just hire a squad from Isle de France. Why can't we make it bigger? Just cause. Alright, fine. Not sure what this guy's doing. think this is... Claims on province. Yeah, I guess it's another reconquest. War on France on cooldown. Well, let's check on General's Gaming playing without slave rating. Bro, I am struggling. Struggling to make it through the day. I can share the spreadsheet test if you want. No, I believe you. I'm like, if I seem a little, reticent? I'm not sure the right word for it. It's because, like, I thought that it felt a particular way, and if it wasn't that way, I'm mildly annoyed that my feeling on it was off. Because it was feeling like initiative was stronger, but, like, also so many things have, like, changed and, like, this type of thing, and it might have just been that it wasn't initiative, it was the combined arms bonus, and right, because there's generally a lot of confounds. Yeah, here we're just gonna... Everyone salute the mercs of the great Dutch Empire. What is fighting with your own men when... Why fight with your own men when you can fight with mercs? And just absolutely eviscerate everything. Whee! By the way, we have spent less on mercs than we got in war reparations and money from them last war. So they're actually paying for their own destruction. Sound off. Oh, we're gonna be able to give them a dirty bucket too. A dirty bucket! We're gonna take this location. Oh, it's gonna be so gross. Let's just wipe out their armies first again, though. So I'm trying to assimilate province I annexed from a vassal that's been urbanized to guilds. Fastest way to be downgrade the settlements or destroy the burger buildings. That would be one way to do it. For whatever reason, this doesn't seem to apply to vassals, so you could also just flip their culture and then they can assimilate everyone. I don't know why it doesn't apply to vassals, but... that is the better way of doing it. Which isn't exactly the answer to your question, but as far as I could tell, it's like bugged for them. Mercenaries flocking to standard. I should have read that. That's probably a good event. We probably care about that. Wait, are we fighting Castile too? That always weirds me out. I always think that I'm fighting Castile and I'm not. Alright, how many troops are they down to? Oh shit, they still have 27,000. Maybe we need to be a little bit less cavalier. We want to get... We don't care about getting a Ross in here, because we don't want to take it because it's going to be like infinite antagonism for the HRE countries. This is probably roughly like the type of peace deal we're looking for. Do they feel too fractured? They do feel too fractured from that. We can't take that. Oh, it's because of this. That's causing the fracturing. No. I really wish we got the annexation started on Hanuit first, though. Kind of a bummer that we didn't. HRE Emperor this run? I'm not sure. I guess we'll probably poll the chat, honestly, to see if they want us to be independent. Whoa. We're kind of getting a little more toasted than we're like to see. It's not the ratio we're used to here. I mean, it's looking good for us, because they're going to have nothing in the center. But we might have to mark up again. No, our flank fails. I think we win this, so we see it out, but we're gonna need more marks. Oh, no. Whatever will we do? So, maybe should have been able to identify that earlier. Maybe we're also fighting a decent chunk of mercs or regs. So just want to link up. Consolidates. Find them. The fact that consolidation matters like a lot now is... Do we have auto consolidate? No. Yep, evisceration time. Alright. Is everything dead? Yes. We carpet siege. We just right click. Yeah. All right, maybe a little bit risky, but also faster. Give us less of a headache. What's the best Rossback change? Absolutely 100% the fact that proximity got reworked, which is going to be... how should we say it? That's going to be like a long-standing important change that is maybe a little bit subtle, but just like dramatically improves game balance and like stuff, and is like a clearly better like change. It's not a flashy change though. I guess let's flood the stack with this one unit that they decided didn't want to give the things. We do need to capture Paris. So just in case the automation spazzes out, I think we're going to put an extra little bit on Paris. Or maybe we actually just cut this in half. Yeah, put the smaller stack on Paris. Just to kind of ensure. Alright, they're willing to swing for this peace deal right now. I think we want the max money. And we want this location. Oh, we can't bucket them like that. If we want this location. Admin matters the most for sieging. To be fair, mercs in that time period were fought a lot. Yeah, I think I'm kind of okay with it from a representation standpoint. If you hire mercs from France land and use against in battles, does that mean he's burning twice as many of his pops? Yeah, functionally. Or I have a theory, I'm not 100% sure, I don't have a good way of confirming it, but I believe that anytime you research a new military tech, it creates a larger pool for mercenaries, and then the left to try their hand as mercenaries modifier, as like pops leave. More guys will leave until they fill the pool. And we don't have any burghers leaving right now. Because we haven't researched any of these mill techs, as far as I can tell. And so, one, researching mill techs causes negative population growth effectively. It's not really super huge, but as soon as you research it, it's really big. It's kind of my understanding and my observation, which is, I think the pool is created and it's not filled, so then it fills it, and then it's not big. But when the mercs die, I believe it deletes guys out of the pool, so I would not be surprised if we were to take a look at Paris and we would see that the burghers, some are leaving. No changes to the amount of burghers? Alright, fair enough. So, one burgher decided to try their luck as mercenaries. And is this, I think did we hire mercs out of Champagne? So, I think the ones in Isle de France are probably full. I don't think we hired the mercs out of there this session, or in this war. And so when the pool gets depleted, then it gets replenished. And so yeah, it's like double killing their troops. They don't deserve a clean bucket. Why bucket them harder? The harder you bucket them, the worse their control. It's cheaper to take stuff off of them if they have poor control. We want them as bucketed as possible. We want them in a bucket. Can't use mercs to assault though. Assault is like uber dead on like 2 grounds. One, it like wood chippers a ton of troops, and 2, even if it didn't wood chipper like infinite troops, yeah. Even if it didn't wood chipper like infinite troops, it would still be a problem. Wow, is our like 1 stack merc gonna get it done? No, it's not. Alright, we'll kind of figure that guy out. Get him. It's bucket time. Maybe we can take a little bit more stuff. We would have to take this and this. It will keep going. Oh, Rethel is not a subject of ours yet, so... Yeah, okay. Why can't we take this? It used to be occupied. Do I not have eyes? No, they have the same color as us. Damn it. Alright, well, I guess. They won't like if we take this stuff. They'll be like, you're cutting us off. But this is not. So we can do that. Oh, Scotland's in the mix? What the hell? We could just grab Edinburgh. I mean, maybe this is good. We're, like, this isn't generating a lot of antag, and we, like, have a relatively high investment to, like, slap them around here, so we probably should utilize it. And go for, like, a big-ass peace deal. We're just taking, like, money as a big chunk of the peace deal, because, like, we don't have much dip cap left. I think we already got the tech for it. Humiliation's maybe also decent. Oh, we can do this right now. Let's do that. France is very threatening. I mean, I guess we're just gonna be fighting them forever. We have rivaled France. Okay. But I believe that gives us more dip capacity. Yeah, so actually we have plenty of dip capacity then. I still think we want money to bleed them really hard. Money's more painful to them than giving us territory, kind of. Look, they have to spiral their way out of the bucket. This isn't a bucket. This is a dark star. They must spiral their way out of. It's hilarious if true, fighting the French, using the French to fight the French. What's the worst Rossbach change? The one that comes to... You know what? I am not a fan of... I'm not a fan of the estates getting money. I think it's just bad. I think that, the people who are like, oh, you can't just delete money like that, like, they don't realize that tons of money's getting created and deleted. You know what really just deletes a ton of money? All the slider expenses. And I think that it just kind of upended the entire economy. The economy's still, like, not as well balanced. It's faster now. It was already too fast, and I'm not a fan. They massacred plutocracy. Look at how they killed my boy. That's probably fine, though, but... Naval being... Well... That's like a side effect of what they wanted with naval governors, more so than like a change that they did themselves. So maybe give them the benefit of the doubt on that or something. Look, every time we lose a battle, or we didn't even lose that battle, but every time we lose a battle, it's just more French troops dying. Every time we win a battle, it's more French troops dying. Truly, this is a place in which French troops die. Alright, so... Try and get a max peace deal, I guess. Breach. Let's commit this guy to actually carpet sieging as well. Merc meta? Mercs are insanely meta. Yeah. I can confirm your mercenary theory. Mercenaries are created based on the mercenaries per location of each unit. So researching more units equals more mercenaries. Though some create units that don't create mercenaries. So unique units. This is relevant. Do you know if it creates a pool and then once the pool gets filled? Like, that's the thing I'm really uncertain about. It's my working theory. There's not a way in game to check it though, so like what can you do? Wow, our mercs almost kill like 15 times as many troops. Crazy. You lost a 10% war score before piecing out France? How could you? Terrible. Terrible. Are you ready for this bucket? Look at this bucket. The spiral bucket, the dark star bucket. Alright, surely they're about done with all this nonsense. No. They're not. He upgraded his government rank? Oh, you're so right, Playmaker. I shouldn't have done it. I hate that it makes a difference, though, so I'm kind of okay with it just, like, making that kind of error. I think that it shouldn't make a difference. God, we should just be, like, 100%ing them, basically. With what's going on. Not sure I like any of that. God, our Carpet Siege guys are actually winning battles. That's the Carpet Siege stack that would have won that. I think the Lumber Tools Doom Loop the estate created in the beta, it was always there. But I think that it created big negative perception of the devs generally. I think normally when people say, like, I don't think they tested it, type of stuff, I'm like, come on, the devs, they at least, like, played a game or two or whatever, but, like, that one seems like, I would not put money on them not having tested it. Like, I wouldn't say, like, they definitely didn't test it, this type of thing, or anything, like, that strong, but, like, probably over 50% that was untested, because that's, like, I think is really, really obvious when all the buildings are stalled out everywhere all at once. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that's, like, a subtle thing, and, like, if you play specifically, like, multiplayer or something, maybe you don't notice it, and maybe that's, like, why, or something like this, but I don't know. That I was just kind of like, okay. Might be something to this. I mean, we can feed this, the rest of this over, I guess. The thing is, this causes, like, a ton of antagonism with the HRE guys, and we just, like, aren't into that. Yeah, I guess this is it. God, this is such an ugly spiral thing. It's nonsense. It's like, what have you done, Generalist? What have you done? Now we can even reach the bucket. Let's check their... Oh, no, wait. We gotta do housekeeping stuff first. I'm gonna be really big sad if, Alright. Can make... There we go. There's our... We make it a fiefdom. We will feed them the rest of their province. And then... Free subject, historical subject, custom subject, fiefdom. Yeah, custom subject, fiefdom. Here we will feed that to the rest, to this guy, the rest of his province. Oh, I thought we were grabbing one of those locations, I guess not. Oh, who do we need to accept to do that? Walloon. I think that that's okay. I think we're going over a little bit, but we now have capacity actually. So create subject, custom subject, this fiefdom, and feed them the one location that isn't the capital of the market. Is that incidentally a good natural harbor? No, it's not. Alright, fair. Edinburgh is now ours. And now, show the bucket of France. Show Paul Allen's bucket. Alright. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And we get... We don't have bark. You know what? I think we want bark. Let's cancel all. Let's rethink everything. Because I think we just want bark next. So I think we want to start pushing that ish. And then, rag paper, I think. Polders. Oh. The thing that gives us more research first. And rag paper, then polders, and then the military tree. The military tree in this patch got a lot smaller, guys. It's now 2 techs, and it's inside of the banking tree. Here it is. We'll complete the military tree as well. Also, you can't just isolate their capital and take money. They can't afford to move it. We did that. Remember playing Vijayanagara and upgrading the Empire, barely take anything in northern India because the war score costs and tax base? Yeah, it should be proportion to the world's tax base. The fact that stuff gets more expensive because it scales off tax base, like, in a linear way rather than, like, a proportional way, I think is maybe a problem. Like, as a proportion of the world's tax base, the higher tax base locations should be more expensive. Could you do historical Holland in the Netherlands with only expanding in the Netherlands? We could. Oh, you were asking Playmaker. Just kidding. Never mind. My bad. Sorry, dog. We could keep this if we think that the coalition decking on us is imminent. I'm not sure it is. But Hanuit should be annexable. We will do that, because then we will be able to form the Netherlands. So soon, soon. Yeah, that's all marks. I don't think we have a CB on the coalition. No, we don't. Poor France. France has a massive coalition too, what the hell? The Hansa's a bit of a problem, actually. The Hansa's a menace. Okay, why Scotland? Why do we do that to Scotland? I saw a market center, I wanted a market center, and then I wanted some land next to it, and then I didn't want to own the land next to it, so we made a... that's how all that shook out. I don't know what to tell you. Invite foreign cleric is an option. All that stuff resets when we flip religion anyways, which I think we're probably keen to do. we have more total proximity than France does. How do you like them apples? AI is not as uppity about building naval governors as they should be. We could also put a naval governor here. We have access to a naval governor currently. I'd love a historical Poland run where you bully / partition Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Probably not going to play in Poland anytime soon, considering we played a lot in this region recently, because we played Kiev, we played Novgorod, and we played Sweden. But also because last time Poland, like, crushed in a poll, and I was like, alright, we're going to play Poland, because Poland's not... I kind of like the more colonized-y, like, type countries, and also countries outside of Europe. And so Eastern Europe I generally don't like playing as much. It was like, it won the poll, and then it got the least views out of all my first 50-year videos. And I was like, oh, okay. Just kidding, I guess. Didn't mean it. Did not mean it. What else could we try and push here? We could push glass, I guess. Pushing glass at the capital feels kind of weak, though. Let's push a couple levels of it, but I don't think we're gonna, like, max out glass. So we're gonna auto-expand the Spinners Guilds here. We have them here, here. Alright, what's profitable for you, baby? Taylor's Guild's fair. Probably has decent proximity. We're getting some sailors now, but we do want just to wait for the Barks. Oh, I forgot we merked up twice. We double merked. Multiple governors spread control is the biggest improvement IMO. If you haven't played since launch, I think it's worth checking out the game. It definitely feels nice, especially from like RP perspective in some situations. What's France's control map mode? Yeah, disgusting. This is trending down to 18%. It hasn't fixed itself yet. The spiral of doom. I think we don't want this urbanized anyways, so we're going to de-urbanize it because we're annexing them. Unfortunately, we don't have a bonus from them being smaller than us yet. So our annexations are a little bit slow. Oh, we forgot to do the thing for Diplo. Also, if I recall correctly, we could now push cap economy a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Tight, tight, tight. Who's leading this coalition? That was Brabant. I don't think that's how that works. I think whoever was the first one... you know what? We're gonna extend these Merc contracts. This Merc contract. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get decked on soon here, and this will save us a little bit of money. Or maybe they won't want to deck on us because we have it. God, that's silly. If that's the case, that's probably the case, huh? They're like, you know what? He's got a big army here. So as long as we have 1k ducats, we have a big army. We don't need Picardy for their claims. We are improving relations with them. Can we do the thing yet? No. Looks like we can't. We need diplomat to improve cultural opinion. You want to try the coalition cheese, CB, against France? I don't want to do that. I feel like just playing kind of a little bit more standard. I believe you that it's extremely effective. And Poland has consistently been the stronger performer in the region in my games. That's interesting. I mean, I think Lithuania gets stomped because Lithuania can't make friends, and that's to the benefit of Poland. I feel like stuff's going a little bit weird if Bohemia and Hungary are consistently being outperformed by Poland, though. Unless by that region you mean everything east of Poland and not including anything west of Poland. Nice for us. Wow, why is the prosperity in France like kind of low? I don't understand. I love to see some big Ottoman campaign. I think we're gonna do a Biz and an Ottoman campaign when the next patch drops. Hey, Ottomans are doing all right here. Serbia doing pretty good. Serbia has done pretty well. Didn't actually get a recommended Poland ever get recommended the Poland 50-year start video, so it might have been consumed by glorious algorithm that controls what we see. Yeah, no, I mean, there were other people, especially like Zawik, who made like Poland videos, and I think that like Poland was just like saturated as a topic was probably the reason, but like also it like that's like one of the first times that something is pulled really well and then just completely flopped. Generally that's not as much of a thing. We kind of want to be able to merc up. We'll have 600 left though, so we have stuff auto expanding. I think here we're going to give up a library and then we're going to auto-expand, because this isn't a province that has iron. We're going to do that and give, go toolmaker afterwards. Also be able to weaponsmith pretty well out of here. This is one of the few provinces with iron and coal. Is farmlands, so we can set it up to auto-expand on the lumber. I think that we're going to try and stay ahead of the lumber, because we do have RGOs auto-expanding now. Yeah. Den Haag we might de-urbanize. Is it ever correct to delete industries the AI builds / you start with? If correct, which ones? Generally no, because it gives free promotions. You just deactivate them, but the ones that you deactivate are generally temporarily granaries, because granaries are really strong. Otherwise, I think now, or they're a lot better. We might actually push granaries a little bit more than we are currently. Actually, let's kind of get on that a little bit, baby. And other than that, the stuff that uses like lumber as an input, it's basically things that use stuff as an input that you care about collapsing the price of. So pottery in theory, maybe as well. Maybe we want to throttle some of this a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not sure we want auto expand just yet on the granaries. Let's actually just by hand add a few. Don't necessarily want it to go gangbusters, and then I think infrastructure buildings we're gonna check. Can we do anything? Yes, we can. Can we do anything with the bridges? Yes, we can. Boy, can we. Just gonna add them all, because otherwise we're gonna like miss out on them. called FOMO, sweetie. Look it up. So the polls have been slighted by you then? I must have missed your Poland video if it was recent. It was one on game release. It was like one of the first 50 I did. Poland Baltics would be a lot more interesting if alternate start dates. That could be said for a lot of regions, yeah. Poland can into Commonwealth, this is true. It's looking pretty good for us here. I think we're looking to do this before we end the stream to form the Netherlands, so that's all we need to do at this point. We could create a CB on this guy because he's our rival. It's not a very good CB, and we want to join the HRE before we're gonna annex more territory. Maybe we don't even want to join it though. Generally try and figure out which one of these is the most profitable. It's definitely not Vern. Don't know where Dornick is, but couldn't be better. Dev's coming up quite nicely. Unfortunately, Republic... Well, one thing about... You know what? Theocracy might be better because you get the 0.02 dev from always having... You get to force... With Theocracy right now, you get to force the trait that gives you the extra dev. You don't with the other stuff. Lithuania doing well this game? They are. That's crazy. I never see them do well. I think that a big part of it is that everyone hates them because of their religion. Able governors should be the path to something like the Dutch Revolution IRL. That'd be sweet. I wish that... Yeah, like 1.1 was like no systems redesign, just kind of like tweaks. But like a system like of internal politics where the governors become something more substantive than just proximity batteries would be cool. Saw Bohemia getting beaten up. I've seen Austria really get eviscerated. Not sure if this answers your previous question, but modifiers takes population type and a multiplier. I believe it only works percent of your pop type. Becomes hireable as a mercenary if that unit type, such as 1% peasants, 2.5% laborers, 5%, etc., etc. But there are also multipliers on base values, such as per age, where age has minus 90%. I don't think that that's exactly... what I'm talking about. Gotta go to bed now, enjoy the rest of the stream. Take care. Blurred cam? Real? Talk to the hand. Alright. That does refocus the camera, by the way. I wonder if the player count is up now. No, the player count peaked at 11k here. That's crazy to me. I mean, that's the first time I've not seen a substantive spike on a patch. I understand we've been in open beta for like a month. So like people have like seen the thing, but like only been blurred for a few hours, real. My camera might not like this like amount of lighting then. Son of a bizzle. This being in Bruges is a problem. Could we give you market access preference? No. We really don't want them to make a market here. You know what, though? I think we could solve it by actually moving the market to Antwerp. Surely they don't join the market then, because that's right on the cusp. Having to be, like, psychotic about that type of thing is actually, like, a play pattern that's a little bit frustrating. Like, your subjects spazzing out, basically. And creating really terrible markets. I wish you could make it so that they would just join the market, whatever market they have the most market access in. Just do that. Like, ignore trying to be in my market. Or never, like, intentionally punt their market access so much that they need to create their own market, basically. Adding a market over there is probably not the end of the world, though. We are trying to hit just a little bit more plutocracy. So we can flip Republic. So we are on the lookout for the one that gives the plutocracy, but we do not see it, alas. Poor Yorick. We knew him well. Horatio. There's no sponsor the burger arts that gives progress towards plutocracy. Aristocracy is so much easier to push than plutocracy. Making it better is like... feels bad, man. Gathering industries include salt? I'm not 100% sure here. It does, that's interesting. I think we'd rather just have more support and promote a member of the burgers. Or expand gravel road network. Let's do this and then make sure everywhere is connected via gravel road to the capital, actually. Yeah. Because we're missing out on dev here, basically. Even though we do stuff navally. So that should be fine. Then we have... Oh, spectacular. I think that this is better. But not spectacular. We can't lose our Pluto trend. Unfortunate. I forgot that we have that as our law choice, though. Okay, let's do this. And then... I think now we change our law back. On... this. Naval maintenance, I think, is better long-term. Trade range is kind of okay. We're gonna go Navy audits, though. Maybe should have gone max tax, but I think that's our parliament here as well. So really, maybe punty for us to try and click through that. Alright, so now we will getting a lot more dev, which is also important because we're actually dev provincing this, or we were. Wait, what? Alright, we're gonna stop extending that contract. It looks like they're not gonna declare on us unless we don't have the mercs. Yeah. And we will repay our loans. Let's decrease that slightly. Worth cranking a Diplos? You know what? You might be right. It just feels like we're not using the Diplo for anything else, but maybe we should just annex 2 subjects, and that would be better. But we could just improve relations with these cats. I think you're correct. Especially because I kind of want to do it to punctuate the stream. And so that's where we're trying to get, is the formation of the Netherlands. So that'll be faster with more spending. Currently we're looking at 5 years or something. +5, let's go. Tools is gonna be really nice in here. Could maybe build books out of here. I feel like I generally like books out of the capital, but there's nothing necessarily in there that's super pushing it. And paper goes good anywhere. Let's use our handy dandy peasants percentage. Where do we have more control? We have more control here. Let's have this get on expanding out paper. That'll get better, much better, once we get the other paper PM. Also, this patch is like 9 weeks old. So yeah, releasing a patch into a stacked environment overall. RE9 is like a week old. What's RE9? I don't even know what that's referring to. Yeah, let's tell them to kick rocks. We've rivaled them. Surely. The die is cast, the rocks are kicked. Yeah, the proximity looks better after we added the roads anyways. Oh, we didn't add a road to here. Womp. All the roads are so cheap too. It's magic. You're getting 0.5 with no bonuses and no dev province. Magic. The horses we want to urbanize. That'll give us our promotions, especially in our super dev stacked province. That's pretty good. Take the naval tradition. We have a kid who's, no, all women. Alright, fair. But we married her off. Damn it. It's 50 dev, or 0.5 dev in Bruges. I think we'll take it. We're almost have marble demand, chat. What will we do when we have marble demand? Created at 40 dev. Resident Evil 9? Okay. Do you think the player base overlap between EU5 and Resident Evil 9 is that high? I feel like most invested players have just been playing the beta. I think that's so too. It's been really weird. Alright. Now watch us get decked on immediately here. We'll try and build up a little bit of a bank. And, our ruler doesn't have spectacular traits anyways. We'll punt them in exchange for maritime presence. Our kingdom for maritime presence. I don't think we've... Oh, we did finish our serfdom push. Which pushes have we not yet finished? Spiritualist, but I don't think we can... I guess we can maybe push a little bit further. Probably not. Naval's pushed. Cap economy's pushed. Communalism also pushed. I guess it's just time to dev province, man. I think integrating a country should probably cost cabinet action, just be way faster. Resident Evil 9 so short it's probably not relevant. What do you never join for in order of chivalry? It's just objectively good. I probably just should. In my head, I'm like avoiding a decision when I don't think it's when I think it's somewhat marginal, but it's not marginal. Like we care about this guy gaining a stats. It is basically free, but then we have to see which one of these, which foreign orders he will gain. Join the Order of the Band, military ability. The other one is, I think, also military ability. It's like, okay, but it's not on someone whose stats matters. Like, it matters a lot for your ruler, but our ruler can't join one. We already joined one. But yeah, it's free stats for this guy, but... Well, we are using him right now for a military task. Very often we're not doing military tasks, so yeah, this would just be better. Because he'd be better at integrating. STS plus Marathon plus Resident Evil, 11k patch day for EU5. Yeah. The Venn diagram of EU5 players and Resident Evil players is a circle, is it really? I can't believe it. I won't believe it. I shan't believe it. Not even ticking up that fast. We'll add 6 more. We're gonna need more naval supplies. But not a lot, not yet, so we'll do that. Content creators have also blew out a lot of 1.1 content after the beta came out. Hard to get excited for it twice. No, this is super true. This makes sense. It's just different. 1.5 for Vic 3 was not like that. 1.5 for Vic 3 actually did feel like a bit of a drop. Like, but also, maybe that's just my channel was a lot bigger in 1.5 than 1.4, but like when 1.5 released, that was like a big deal, but it released alongside DLC. It was an open beta, but it released alongside DLC. There's never been there's no DLC. This is like a free patch, so that's probably also part of it. There's no new content specifically for this patch. Honor Chivalry makes it so you don't have kids anymore? Are you sure? I could have sworn we had these guys. Well, okay. That'd be a reason not to give it. He shan't chat. He shan't us, basically. there any reason not to ask every AI that's willing to join your market, give a market preference? Yeah, sometimes having people in your market's bad. It's kind of complicated, but sometimes it's bad, yeah. It says a number. What's going on? See, we don't want to accept the Normans. Maybe chat was right. Maybe we should be increasing migration here. I think we'll do that once we're done integrating. Tell France to eat shit. This is good for pushing us the rest of the way towards Spiritualists. I think we'll just click it though. Just get the value now. We will get the last 5% with that as well, I think. My kingdom for a burger event, please. Give me plutocracy. If you get married first, then join the order, you can still have kids, but you can't remarry. That makes sense. Alright, our ruler is dead. Long live the ruler. So, we could not put her in charge of the Navy because she's a woman. God, so many things are like... Sucks to be a woman, I guess. Like, ugh. Why can't we put a woman in charge of the Navy, chat? This is stupid. I want to put a woman on the high seas. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. I think that is within the realms, the bounds of reason. Do we currently have, how much? We have 0.15 room. The food consumption, yeah, I think we want this one. God, they're all things that we want. This gives us more pop growth, though. Go partial yield. You know what, we also probably... Do we have a cathedral here? Yeah, we do. We can turn off cathedrals elsewhere, though. In terms of content and flavor, EU5 or EU4 Mayun taxes? EU4 Mayun taxes ran like a toaster. I used to keep a book. Of course, I had a toaster when I was playing it. But I kept a book, and it would be like 10 minutes for the year tick, and I would just read a book. You plan to convert Lutheran? Would you build all the monasteries before doing so? It's probably theoretically correct to spam monasteries. I'm not sure, though. I think it's maybe slightly marginal, but it's probably correct. I'm close to being able to click the button, chat. February in 85, we will be able to click the button and become all that we were meant to be. The Netherlands. Your parents told you you could be an astronaut, but you said no.
when I grow up, Mom, I want to be the Netherlands. And she was like, that sounds insane. How can you be a country? And you'll be like, watch me. I was checking for heresies and I got distracted. We did Waldensian before. I don't think we like it here. They nerfed the very best, like, aspect. I don't know why they did it. They nerfed it in the ground. It used to give you so many clerics, and now it doesn't. It's so silly. Yeah, his ideas, they're real bad. His idea is us not having as much stab as we possibly can. The time has come. Click the button. Mother. I must become Netherlands. Yeah, but this is how we push spirituality to max. Unfortunately, we don't get our thing. Like, she's gonna be around a while. We could do this. I think we just want to max out Spiritualist, though. And then, let's change this to pushing Spiritualist. Yeah, we can push over 1, so... My kingdom... Ugh. My kingdom for a good roll here. Okay. We're gonna click one of these burger buttons. And then we're gonna RNG our way into the last bit of plutocracy. And everyone in chat will cheer. That's how it will work. You know, like, and then everyone cheered, like, the meme to tell someone that their story is bullshit. It'll be that, but us hitting... Damn it. Isn't that a little convenient? A little after the fact action there. I believe, chat. Do you believe? I believe. Well, surely it's behind individualist values. Alright. Okay. Oh, is Playmaker still here? Playmaker. Behold, the extra range increase. The true reason for upgrading to the next tier. You can recruit more mercs from more places. You mean to say it was always a merc meta? Always has been, except it wasn't. Mercs were, like, not hyper unplayable before. Really? No one has the tier 2 infantry yet? Oh, there we go. North Portugal, my savior. We're gonna buzzsaw the shit out of these dudes. We're not gonna even, we're not gonna conscript up anymore, I think. France just loves to donate land. Please clap, basically. Like when the plane lands, everyone starts cheering? Yeah. Exactly like when the plane lands. And instead of the clapping, we just get France declared war again noise. France decided they wanted to punt off their armies again noise. We might need 2 mercs. Portugal... Can we get South Portugal? Yeah. Because they should also have the tech, yeah. These Portuguese mercs. Gonna gonna dust them. Oh, just kidding. We're stack wiping them, which is this. Can we cancel the mercs? We'll hire, because they have 50,000 troops. Maybe this is an issue. I don't recognize either of these names. Who here is ready for some fucking dopamine, though? Y'all ready for some dopamine? Don't have the tech for extra cab yet? No, we don't. Biz starts out with 4. Who is ready for some good fucking mood? I'm so ready. Yeah, and then the plane lands and everyone claps. What pa? Alright. They changed the Netherlands orange and they made it so orange. They just ramped the saturation up so much. Holy. I still think I like it better than our old color. Oh, we cannot let these guys get occupied. Because they can get pieced out. They can get separate pieced. Because they're not loyal. Those hoes that are in fact not loyal. Oh, what? We lost? How did we lose that? That's crazy. Oh, no. Wait, how do we why did we insta... What? How are we loot? What? No, we're gonna lose all of our northern subjects. This is so bad. Oh my god. I shouldn't have played on speed 5. This is terrible. This is real bad. This is so bad. Not like this. Alright. Do that. I don't know why they haven't pieced out the other guy yet. These hoes aren't loyal. Let's do that. And these guys here. Oh, pain. Don't give up your territory for free, chat. Or not chat. The subjects. Can't wait to get Han mercenaries to fight Sweden in 1500. This is the way. Alright. I think we're in the clear then. They didn't want to end the war so soon, I guess. I'm not sure if we needed to conscript up. I just went into panic mode. Hit me with it, Pobby. Have you ever played on Hellenism run on Biz? I have not. I've not played the Biz Hellenism. Let's double check what we get. Oh, we're gonna have to save and reload to see the Netherlands tech. At what point are you planning on flipping Sunni? We're gonna go reformed. I feel like people get really tired of us just going Sunni every time, even though it's better. We would have played things a little bit differently. Like, we would not have tried to go Netherlands in the first session. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make too much sense. I don't think those subjects are disloyal over there. Let's grab this guy. Actually, this guy's right here. 6K down. Yeah, we went overkill. Wow, they really lost 40,000 troops already? Insane. We lost one little battle and then we got scared and then we moved in our uncle in Bel Air. I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna put down our levies pretty early. We don't really need the levies to finish this. Yeah. And we'll split this in half. Send those guys that way, send these guys this way. Okay, we're in good shape. They cannot peace out within the first 12 months. You're fine. How do you not know this? They can if they're full occupied, dog. Unless it's different for subjects specifically, but I don't think it is. They're disloyal, they can peace immediately, yeah. They were disloyal. That's what the panic was about. Are planning on changing religion? Yeah. We are. Yeah, but the guy who was full occupied, I'm pretty sure he could peace out. Not the other guys, but... Like, this guy, we don't care, because he's loyal. We did the thing, though, that we wanted to do. I'm gonna set this guy on Diplo Endeavors, because I am gonna forget. Is the pop loss on France from you killing the levies actually noticeable, or does it get drowned out? Probably drowned out. They're probably experiencing bigger issues with the pop loss. I mean, their pop's relatively flat. I think that the... I mean, are they getting much growth? Imagine their satisfaction's not very good. So their prosperity's also probably in the gutter. I mean, we killed 50,000 Frenchmen, right? Like, that's not an inconsequential amount. I think, like, when you look at your monthly pop growth, and then you, like, look at how much, like, levies you can punt in a war, like... We could lose 10k levies, and our pop growth is like 400. That's a lot of months of pop growth to die. I don't think so, but I haven't specifically tested tag switching to disloyal fully occupied subject before. I mean, so there's like, I guess there's two layers of things. You can piece people out if they're full occupied. Right, and then you can piece subjects out if they are disloyal. But it's possible that those two things don't overlap. Or it doesn't count, or somehow. I'm gonna lose, like, the personal union thing we have with them. God, I want to annex this so bad, but it's just so much antagonism. Looks so ugly to have it there. Who are you fighting, France? Or I mean England? Yeah, it seems like a good time to launch that 100 Years' War, huh? Alright, we're gonna set this guy on Carpet Siege. In this region. So there's some stuff we would rather France doesn't take, or I mean England doesn't take, so try and grab it. Namely like all the stuff in like this region. Let's do that. Because otherwise they will serve. Man's just decided to donate more land today. I'm fairly certain you can piece out a disloyal subject insta. Yeah, if they're full occupied only though, right? Specifically? That's what I thought too. Someone in chat told me I was wrong. Or no, they didn't tell me I was wrong. They indirectly said that I was wrong. They kind of said I was wrong. They said that they can't piece them out for the first 12 months. When I was panicking about my subjects getting full annexed. How do we not have ticking war score? Oh wow, time to say stranger danger. They have a 6k stack. I don't know where they got that. Stranger danger. I didn't mean it, France. Please don't hurt me. Actually, just offer me peace. In our time? So that we can... You can focus on England. But nope, guess not. Okay. These guys are linked up. We could make this bucket even worse, the spiral. Could like do this. Just make it like actual one road in a circle. Thanks for the long stream. Have a good night. Godspeed. Yeah, I think we might not even finish this war. We were trying to form Netherlands and we accomplished that, to be honest. We've been streaming a hot minute. I think we're gonna save and show the chat what the Netherlands bonuses are. For whatever reason, it's not gonna show us right now unless we save and reload. So, let's go back to the main menu and then continue. I appreciate the bucket minigame. I just like talking about putting people in buckets. It's also just really strong. France is so weak. I don't know. There's like a lot of like small little knowledge check things, I guess. Like understanding that would make France like super weak. Okay, we bug splatted. Alright. Well, for like, I think at least 5 of you actually like want to see the Netherlands texts, so we're gonna show them. Some of the texts are on Netherlandish culture, and those don't show up for us when we start as Flanders, but we still get access to them. Do you annex vassals? Yes. What do you think about Flanders versus Hanuit tech-wise? Flemish cloth at age 1 versus Dab at age 3? I don't know. The Flemish cloth is really good. What's better, seizing France's control or annexing them with coalition CV? Definitely bucketing them. The question is which one triggers more people in chat. You gotta look at the real EV playmaker triggering your chat. You're talking about annexing France. You could annex France, sure. Or you could trigger your chat. I mean, isn't it obvious? Thanks for the long stream, Big Dog. Make the workday go faster for me. You're welcome, you're welcome. Thank you for watching. The real value. You gotta trigger the chat with the spiral. With the spiral bucket. Alright. It should show us now. If not, we'll cry. Yeah, so we see these are our bonuses from starting as Flanders. And the cloth output plus 33%, really nice. The dev takes a while to be useful, and if you're getting it in age 3, then like it doesn't pay off before like the end of the game. Eventually I think it's probably better, but well, I mean eventually you actually hit cap of dev, so there's like a event horizon where it's no longer good. But these are I believe this is a Dutch tech. The max literacy. Oh, it looks like it's like all age 4. Combat speed, correct section chance. Not very good. The Mauritian infantry gets a little initiative. Initiative's kind of a trash stat. So we don't really get too much out of this. Trade efficiency is nice. Trade efficiency is strong. Parliament-based support and crown power is nice. Parliament-based support, really strong modifier early on, but you stop really caring about Parliament, and so by the time you hit age 6, this is whatever. And fort defense, fort limit. Overall, not too strong a thing. I don't think you would want to put in Dutch Republic over Merchant Republic. We might do it for the memes, though. And then Unified Admiralty. Yeah, this isn't very good. So, not the strongest content, but we do have some stuff in here as well, in the culture side, and this is really strong. We're part of the Netherlandish group, which is like, there's like French Netherlandish, and there's German Netherlandish, and there's Netherlandish. And so we're Netherlandish and German, but there's also French and Netherlandish. Production efficiency in age 1 is insane, and is like one of the better things. So you start off with it, and then this. Oh ho ho! Do we get this? We might get it. Early urbanization, we'll check for it. That was the thing someone was talking about. Oh ho ho! Enchanté! Polders is also nice. giving additional dev growth. It will take a lot of polders. It gets multiple levels. It'll take a lot of polders. I don't think I like that it employs 1,000 pops. I think that that's a little bit high. But these are because we're in German, and this area is because we're German, and this type of thing, and okay. So the tech we are looking for to double check is early urbanization. We get to have our cake and eat it too. I think both are a bit evil. Yeah, but one you're annexing France, the other you're making a spiral. Obviously, spiral's more evil. Clearly. So without full occupation, you cannot have a disloyal insta-peace out. Now waiting for vassal to go full in occupation. I decided to take a look at how France is doing in my Sweden game, and I see independent Flanders and vassal Holland. That's a vibe. But yeah, this is going to be really nice. It's going to be a vibes game. Now all we need to do is flip Sunni, because obviously... there's no monthly... there should be monthly dev. I think Protestant might get dev. Does Protestant get dev as one of their aspect options? Hanuit is different. Bustling towns. Oh, so you get 2. You get 2 as Hanuit. Oh, obviously we can't look at them. Grim Logan agrees about evil spirals. Okay, let's actually. I want to see the what age the Hanuit is. Why do you like Sunni so much? Bro, it's so good. So if you stay like monarchy, you can get like 0.3 plus extra legitimacy. You get I think a little bit of trade efficiency. You get like trade range. You get like your tax. You get like everything in your tax. You get it all. You get extra development, extra prosperity, which are hard to come by. You get can use slaves and RGOs, which is really good, even if you can't raid for slaves. Bustling towns, that's the same. Oh, it is different. Same age. I wonder if you get both. That's hot if you do. Maybe Hanuit's the best. For maintenance. That's tough. I don't know which one's better. But let's, like, we could just quickly go over the Sunni tax. There's, like, so many that are insane. Sorry, the Islam tax. Just kidding. Like, so many of them are really good. On top of you getting to... Often you get, like, for the religious figure, you get Maliki for the dev. So you get, like, 0.001 dev on top of, like, this other type of stuff. Tolerance... You can stack a ton of tolerance. You get access to the, what is it? The Demi estate, which is going to be giving you a ton of extra tolerance, some extra stuff, and also it lets you like bypass tax, max tax. And so if you are running like 100% Demi nation, like the best like eco you could do is to like be like 100% Demi, ramp up the tolerance, and just have like Demi China. And then your Demi tax rate is better than you could get on either the peasant or the noble tax rate. Especially now that they increased the max tax base rate by 5%. Time to form Morocco and be Sunni theocracy? Yeah, I mean, the best country to start, the best country to form Spain with is Morocco. Or the best Iberian country, rather, to form Spain. This is, I think you have to be playing someone specifically, yeah. Proc speed from Morocco. Also, if you moving your capital to North Africa is still useful because you get the land procs. Not the tech, but the law. I think these are still specific tech or specific nations, so okay. Trade range use over land is pretty nice. It makes it so you can trade like 20% further. If you have to go naval, which you do because you're not trolling, you get 20% further trade range over land with this, because moving from 50% to 60% is really big. Pop food consumption, this increases your overall pop growth from that the pop modifiers by a lot. This is really valuable if you are low pop, especially if you're peasant low pop, because the peasants, I think you can stack like 20 or 30%, basically. So moving from 70% to like 65% will represent like an additional like big chunk of pop growth from the modifier, like 8% more. And so this is like commensurate with like other pop growth modifiers to some extent. Time to start my dev growth modifier stacking run. So you can really do it pretty well. You could do, or we did Ormuz into Kurdistan, Ormuz into Kurdistan. There was some other nation we formed. Ormuz into Kurdistan with Armenian culture will get 0.003 dev, and then you'll get a little bit more on top of it. We can show that. Trade range used overseas, also nice. Not effectively worth as much, but you more trade range, right? You're trading more of your volume overseas, so it probably net saves you more trade capacity, but that's because trading over land is like a meme. Trade range is nice. Trade maintenance, stacking a lot of this brings you closer to the threshold where you can just print money with trade efficiency. Max RGO size, tax efficiency. I could have sworn there was a couple more things, but you get like 1 extra culture slot from there, 0.5 from the Dhimmi, which is more important now for accepting cultures now that you don't insta-core stuff, although you push everyone's culture the other way. Dip caps, not really useful. And then there's a bunch of this stuff. Some of it requires like you pick stuff up here, but there's like extra tax efficiency if you own a pepper province. Max tax, or no, it's this. Max tax for burgher estate if you own a pepper province. Max literacy, extra. No, wait, not this. Yeah, then there's the laws. The prosperity law is kind of the big one, giving you additional satisfaction, I think, and prosperity in exchange for a little bit of tax efficiency. It was very, very strong. Maliki school is a bit of dev, yeah. You were correct about disloyal full occupied vassal, no wait time, yeah. That's why I was panicking. They just didn't feel like piecing out, but they could have. But I'm gonna show Playmaker this really quick. Ormuz into Kurdistan into Persia, Armenian, yeah. Saxony Mason has age 1 dev growth. Yeah, that's probably more up Playmaker's alley, is some sort of chain that is in Germany. I don't even know if this is the best one. Just anecdotally, I know that this is quite a lot of dev for dev stacking. We're playing in an awful region though, but reclaimed territory from Armenian, the Ormuz one from Ormuz, the Kurdistan from Kurdistan one, and so no dev province, gaining 0.0132, and like already our dev looks like kind of competing. Gonna take a quick look at the. I don't know who all gets dev in that region, but is Saxony? Could you do Hanuit into Saxony into? So the thing is the Hollandish gives the culture gives dev. I assume that Hanuit is tier 0, and so is Mason. So you want to start at tier 0-1, but this culture doesn't have it. So you could flip culture, starting as these guys, Messin, flip culture, and then who can you form that gets dev in this region? I don't know the answer to that question. I think Austria and Lower Bavaria are formables. I don't think Austria gets dev, though. I mean, they get other stuff, but... Yeah, I don't know who you're forming. I think there's other religions that also get dev, but Sunni's the one that gets dev. Or is a one that gets dev. It's more important now that free subjects also got nerfed. Henuit, Mycen Navarra? Is this a formable? I guess you could do Navarra gets 2 dev ones? Well, Navarra's tier 2, so... unless Mason is tier 1, Hanuit into Navarra would give you 4 of the texts. God, that's such a meme. Maybe that's what we should have done. Do they really get 2? Or is one of these... Are you counting one of them as the Mercantilist division? Mercantilist division requires you stay. God, it just always points back to Navarra, huh? You could tell the dev that was in charge of giving advances, he's from Navarra. So, anyone who starts with dev into forming Navarra, the problem is you're gonna have to swap culture a lot. One is the law, yeah. Can't form Austria and Bavaria anyways, one or the other. I tried last patch. H4 is late though, I feel like you want dev growth early. You absolutely want it early. It's definitely better early. Like, age, the game effectively starts in, like, age 2, though, right? But yeah, age 5 and 6 it's kind of useless. Age 4, you still got, like, a big chunk of the game left, but age 5 and 6 dev are kind of underwhelming. Well, like, actually, it's underwhelming, like, practically speaking. Theoretically, I mean. Practically speaking, you're not playing that deep, so it's not gonna matter anyways. But I do think we're gonna wrap up chat. Thanks you guys all for coming out. We are going to see if we have anyone currently playing some EU5 that we can raid on the Twitch. I wish there was raids on YouTube, but there's not. It's terrible. YouTube doesn't have as much of someone's playing Beta Shattered World. Oh, that's interesting. We'll raid the person playing the Shattered World mod, I guess. They're playing Island. Evil Fireblade. It's a little angsty. But okay. We'll throw them a raid. Raid. Relatively smaller creator. We'll also link it to the YouTube in case anyone's interested in checking this out. Or relatively small number count. Zimbabwe age 6 dev growth, but it's silly. There we go, Zimbabwe. Yeah, we were scrambling to stack it as Kilwa. I think Playmaker's not here theory crafting though. I think he's out. He's getting a snack. Anyways, bye-bye to the YouTubers and bye-bye to the Twitch people. We are off and away on the raid.